Chapter 592. The matter of Zhang Zhong's next official position was indeed not easy to handle. According to Zhang Xiaobao's idea, he wanted to go to a slightly more leisurely place and spend more energy on political struggles, thus helping his father practice. Old Man Pai and the other three planned to send Zhang Zhong and Wang family to a poor place to continue to do construction. Zhang Xiaobao had already paid the due price for this matter, so he was very insistent and did not agree to send his father to a poor place to be an official. Old Man Pai wanted to use an empty position to make up for the lack of rank. After arguing for a long time, Zhang Xiaobao could only temporarily put this matter on hold, saying that this matter needed to be discussed with his family first. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found an excuse to leave, Old Man Pai was still persuading the two to discuss it with their families. In order to divert the attention of the four old men, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to use other methods to attract their attention. First of all, the kindergarten reopened. After the new year, everyone would gather together to live and study again. Just like last year, ordinary people would not be able to enjoy this kind of treatment. Those who could enter the kindergarten were either from a rich family or a powerful family. Unfortunately, this was very different from the original intention of setting up the kindergarten. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were also very helpless about this matter. It was not that the two of them did not want to give all the children of other families a chance, but it was really that the teachers were too lacking. Kindergarten was different from school. School only needed people with similar knowledge to be qualified. Kindergarten teachers did not need to be too knowledgeable, but they must know how to take care of children. It seemed simple, but it was difficult to actually do. Children were unable to directly understand the intentions of adults, and were usually self-centered. Zhang Xiaobao's method was to nurture them, one by one. He would try his best to find talents who were suitable for educating children. The way to divert the attention of the four old men was to have the children from kindergarten last year compete with other children who had not received such education when school reopened. For many people, this was a very boring thing to do. What could the children compete? Singing and dancing, as well as drawing and reciting. However, this kind of boring thing was to the liking of the four old men. Old Man Lu even specially left half a month to organize activities with the other three old men in order to see the educational effects of the kindergarten. Zhang Xiaobao came up with a plan that was full of loopholes. For example, the age of the children in the competition would start from 1 year old and continue until they were 6 years old. This was simply impossible. How could a 1-year-old child learn so many things? The four old men thought the same, so they had one more job, which was to perfect the plan and further develop the kindergarten's education. They hoped that more children would be able to participate in the future. Of course, they couldn't let the four old men spend too much time and energy on this kind of thing. After a few adjustments, they were almost done. Just when they felt that they had perfected the plan, Zhang Xiaobao changed the location of the competition to Hidden Mountain. Qianshan was where Li Sun's business was located. It had been under construction since last year, and some animals had been transported from other places. Together with the animals that were collected locally, although it could not be compared to the National Zoo, it was more lively. With Ernie's large amount of wheat rice stones, a large bathing pool, or rather a bathing center, was about to be built there. A few doctors were specially sent to know. Old Man Pai and the other three also followed. As for whether the bathing effect could reach the level of strengthening the body or even bringing the dead back to life, further research was needed. Finally, it's quiet. It seems that it's not a good thing to be watched by others. Without the four old men, Wang Wan felt a little uncomfortable, but she also felt more relaxed. Otherwise, every time they met, she would have to ask where Zhang Zhong was going to be an official. It was really torturous. Zhang Xiaobao also did not have to continue to be entangled with the four old men. As long as he took advantage of the spring plowing this year to come up with one or several useful new plans that could improve the local people's living standards, he believed that the imperial court would not be in a hurry to transfer his father away. I really hope that someone comes to make trouble now. That way, I will have an excuse to deal with them and let my father stay in Shuzhou until next year. No matter what, I have to expand my family's business first. I can't just build it up and not get any benefits. Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to think of a way to make the imperial court give up on the idea of transferring his father away this year. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan looked to the north, which was the direction of the capital, and asked, "The river embankment incident last year has not been settled yet. Who was it? Why didn't the imperial court say anything?" According to Li Longji's character, no matter which member of the imperial family it was, he would not let it go easily. Why is it like a stone sinking into the sea? Indeed, there has been no movement until now. No member of the imperial family in the capital has been dealt with. This matter is not handled by us, so it will probably be a little difficult. Do you think that a neighboring country is involved? They don't want to act rashly and alert the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and said. Wang Wan nodded. It's also possible. If I had the chance, I would also do the same. Use the local resources to carry out the operation, and it won't have much impact on the country. If it can be done in every region, the damage to the target country will be very great. This kind of thing is not something we can manage. Even if it is true, there will be people who will help. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's consideration was indeed good. In order to stay in Shuzhou for one more year, they set aside some people during the spring plowing to build a large research base by the Wanshui River. The main research direction was on the lathe. The two people were not ready to succeed in the research of the lathe. The technology was far from there. This was just a reason to boast about the lathe to make people pay more attention to it, so that Zhang Zhong could stay in Shuzhou to take charge of this work. In order to make people believe, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan invested 50,000 strings of coins to start the industrial construction. The scale was not small. The old man Pai and the other three people who were still busy in Qianshan were indeed fooled. They were already very busy, so they had to set aside some energy again. Lu Jiro was the most concerned about this industrial base. She arranged the people she brought to the industrial park to provide help, and at the same time, to learn. At the same time, she also informed the imperial court of the situation here, so that the imperial court would consider more. Zhang Xiaobao's scam finally achieved its goal. He was afraid that the imperial court would transfer his father away, so another plan followed closely, and that was the medicinal herb plantation in Shuzhou. No matter what kind of medicinal herbs could be planted, and no matter how successful it was in the end, it had a reputation. He asked his father to write a memorial to the imperial court to transfer people from the Si-Nong temple in the capital to follow the research, and the Zhang family would send people to lead. This was also a big project. It seemed that without Zhang Zhong, it would not succeed. Sure enough, this had an effect. For a while, the imperial court did not mention the matter of Zhang Zhong leaving, and the four people of Old Man Pai also put their energy in other places. Zhang Xiaobao did not feel that this matter was a waste of money and manpower. The money was not from the government. His family paid others to do the research. If the research was not successful in 1 year, then they would research for 2 years. If 2 years were not enough, then they would research for 10 years. He did not expect to get good results in a short time, as long as he could delay it. By the time the imperial court found out that this was a long and arduous task, his family's arrangements would be almost done. This situation was not considered a scam when he and Wang Wan were in the same situation. The technology was indeed enough, and someone had already done it. Now, it was not a scam. The money was from his family, and there was not much negative impact on the people and the government. The plan was indeed going well. The spring plowing was over, and no one mentioned the matter of Zhang Zhong leaving, even though many people wanted to take advantage of Shuzhou. Li Sun was also very happy. He was also busy looking for talents who could help with the construction and organization of the affairs of the prince's mansion after he left. He wanted to leave as well. Firstly, he wanted to continue learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Secondly, he wanted to run away from the marriage. Yes, he wanted to run away from the marriage. Other members of the imperial family had several children at his age. He was not married yet, but his father had already started looking for a wife for him. However, due to the influence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was not going to let his father make the arrangements. He wanted to find a woman he was satisfied with and marry her. She might not be as good as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were almost inhuman, but she should at least be as good as Xian Er's ability to earn money or Lu Er's knowledge. In fact, Xian Er and Lu Er were not bad, especially Xian Er. Their family conditions were compatible, but because they had been in contact with each other too much, Li Sun always felt that there was not that kind of passion. Moreover, Xian Er was still young. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's theory, it was not good for a woman at her age to get married and have children. Li Sun planned to look for one elsewhere. At the very least, he had to have a good impression of her. She had to be dignified and have time to study. Her family background could be different, but at the very least, she had to have the same hobbies and thoughts as him. She could not be so rigid. This was the goal he set. He thought it was easy to achieve, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought it was very difficult, especially in terms of thinking. It was like a person who came back from studying abroad and a person who grew up in a closed environment had to have the same thoughts. Not to mention which one was better, there would definitely be a gap between the two people. In order not to hurt Li Sun, the two of them specially made a plan for Li Sun, including the training of his wife. Li Sun was very grateful. He thought that training his wife was very interesting, especially after hearing the various stories that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan specially told for his family. In the stories, there was a certain noble, a prince, who deliberately hid his identity and went elsewhere to find the princess in his heart. The various plans in Shuzhou were carried out, making the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family much more stable. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan believed that things would develop according to their plans, a new piece of news suddenly came from the imperial court. The human heart was hard to fathom, and Li Longji's thoughts were even harder for the average person to fathom. In addition, several important ministers in the imperial court added fuel to the fire. Zhang Zhong was finally unable to continue staying in Shuzhou. Even Zhang Xiaobao's early efforts had gone to waste. Xiaobao, it looks like your father won't be able to go to Luoyang. This was the first thing Old Man Pai, who had rushed back from Qianshan, said when he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Facing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's puzzled gazes, Old Man Pai continued, the new place has been decided. Your father will be going to Idyll to be the provincial governor. Where? Sichuan. Zhang Xiaobao said in surprise. Chapter 593. Receiving the news in advance made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan very passive. They hurried back to the courtyard and found the military map. It's a good place. The whole prefecture has a population of about 4,000. There are mountains and rivers. Zhang Xiaobao found the location on the map and looked at the notes beside it. He gritted his teeth and praised. Wang Wan was also a little confused. She drew on the map and said, the most important thing is that we don't have to worry about cold drinks in summer. We can get them when we go up the mountain. Min Mountain is to the north. Do you remember this place? I like the snow on Min Mountain even more. Also, it's close to Jishegu. We don't need to spend money to go there now. In that case, Lilongji is not bad. He knows that the land route is difficult, so he chose a water route for us. We can go up the Yangtze River and directly reach the place. We don't have to pay rent and taxes to the capital. We have to eat 300 pounds of food on the way to the place. But I'm puzzled. Is Lilongji stupid? Why did he transfer us to Yingzhou at this time? We can get a prefecture where the rent and taxes are doubled in a year. There are about 4,000 people there, and it's a plateau climate. Does he want to see if our medical team is qualified? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't figure out what Lilongji wanted to do. Even if he wanted to use people as tools, he should put them in a more suitable place. Now that they were sent to Yingzhou, they couldn't play the full role of the Zhang family. Could it be that he wanted to lead the 4,000 people to become rich? Wang Wan was also worried. She was worried about the climate there. From morning to night, there was a big temperature difference and there were many mountains. It was very normal for it to be humid. In addition, it was easy to experience altitude sickness. Thinking of this, Wang Wan asked nervously, Xiaobao, is it possible that Lilongji is going to kill people? He sent us there so that we can't adapt to altitude sickness and directly die in Yingzhou. This way, he won't have to worry about us making more things in the future. He's not that muddle-headed. It's easy to kill people. He arranged for my father to be an official in Yaozhou, which is close to the capital. He could just send troops to kill him. Why would he arrange for him to be sent to Yingzhou? He probably had some difficulties as well. Why don't we go over and take a look? We don't have any medicine for altitude sickness. If you don't know how to make Tibetan roseroot, don't even think about making the rest of the herbs. You still have to make a pressure cooker. Otherwise, you'll have to eat fried and barbecued food. Think about it. Since we're going there, we have to go there and take a look. We can't die from altitude sickness. Zhang Xiaobao thought of his family. Fortunately, they were still in Yizhou. If they were sent to Tibet, it would be even worse. The only thing he could comfort himself with was that the place where his family used to live was also a plateau. Although it was relatively low, he was afraid that the little ones would not be able to adapt. So we have to go. There was still butter tea and salvia miltioriza pills to use. Should he make a sealed jar, put the person in it, and then suck the air out bit by bit, just like sucking the air out of a light bulb? Let a low pressure form inside. Let's train in advance, Wang Wan asked. Go. Isn't it just a small population? Don't be afraid. That place is where the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. We have prepared enough medicine, but we don't need to train. The equipment is not easy to make. Zhang Xiaobao really did not believe in this. Wasn't it just a place that was a little remote, with poor conditions and a small population? When Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had made up his mind, she put away the map and suddenly thought of a very important matter. Xiaobao, the people there don't seem to be easy to deal with. It's okay. Ethnic issues are not a problem. As long as they eat, as long as they wear clothes, as long as they are not sick, we can communicate with them. In the beginning, there were no ethnic groups. They were just 8 people who lived in various places. If we were to calculate based on regions, then where was the Central Plains? It's just a small place. Zhang Xiaobao was not concerned about a certain ethnic group. Instead, he was concerned about how to develop when he arrived at the place. It seemed that it was not so easy. After the two of them finished their discussion, they looked for Old Man Pai and gave him a reply. It seemed like Lilongji had the same idea. Otherwise, he would not have released the news. Grandpa Bai, my family agrees. Let's go to Wing Province. However, Wing Province is a lower province. My father's grade. Zhang Xiaobao began to make his request when he saw the four old men. Old Man Pai and the others thought that the Zhang family and the Wang family would think of a way to refuse. They did not expect them to agree so quickly. After calculating the situation there, he said, Xiaobao, don't worry. When you're there, your father will still be in charge of the military and political affairs. Moreover, there will be a higher rank. He can only be promoted and won't be demoted. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips. There were only about 4,000 people in total, and they might not be able to control them. Were they not going to integrate the military and political affairs? Were they going to send another registrar to the army? Were they going to give him all the other positions? He reckoned that when he arrived, he would only see a few officials who were sent away. That place was even more dangerous than Luzhou. The officials who were sent away had a slim chance of survival. Zhang Xiaobao was depressed that he did not get the benefits he deserved in exchange for the recipe. He had to mention this. If he did not mention it, he would be worried. Grandpa Bai, let me make this clear. That place is different from other places. My family will need to bring a lot of refined iron this time. Otherwise, we won't even be able to make farming tools. Also, if the price of salt in the local wells is too high in the future, my family will have to choose a salt pool near the estuary of the Yangtze River. We won't be stopped when we transport salt to Wing Province. Sure. As long as your family can fix the road there and build a 4-lane road to the capital, it'll be a great contribution. This time, Old Man Yao was the one who made the promise. He was still looking forward to fixing the road. Don't. My family doesn't want this great contribution. We can't afford it. Grandpa Yao, you don't know what's going on there, right? I really want to fix that road. I'll invest all the money my family earns every year. After 30 to 50 years, I might be able to build a road that can take 2 carriages from there to the capital. But what's the use of that? The purpose of road repair is to facilitate transportation and make the place rich. If my family earns 30 years of profit, it's better to give the money directly to the locals. It won't be used much every year. When the day comes that the road needs to be repaired, someone will naturally find a way. Zhang Xiaobao was shocked by Old Man Yao's words. He was very clear about the situation there. If they used stones to repair it, it would be damaged after a few heavy rains. If they used cement, it was not suitable. There was no asphalt. Wasn't it cheating people? Why not build a 4-lane road from Sichuan to Tibet? The contribution was greater. If they crossed the Himalayas and built a 4-lane road, they could directly connect to Nepal. Maybe it would be convenient for international exchanges. Nonsense. Zhang Xiaobao's straightforward answer made the 4 old men feel inconceivable. Didn't the Zhang family and Wang family like to build roads very much? Wherever the Zhang family and Wang family were, they would help to build the road first. Why were they so timid when it came to Wing Province? Xiaobao, does your family have any plans for Wing Province? Ever since Lu Jiro saw the construction plan for Shuzhou, she was interested in this matter. Yes. My family's first plan is how to get there alive. For grandpas, this is not becoming an honorable official. It's no different from being banished. How difficult would it be to go upstream along the Yangtze River? We can't give up on the waterway and take the land route. That would be even worse. Zhang Xiaobao expressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. If it made people feel relaxed, perhaps they could send him to Mo next time. It would be more convenient to make ice lanterns there. Zhang Xiaobao expressed his intentions clearly and hurried back to the courtyard with Wang Wan to make arrangements. The 4 old men stood in place, not knowing what to say. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao had previously agreed to arrange for Zhang Zhong to go to Luoyang and even took his prescription. Now that the situation had changed, they felt guilty when facing Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. After returning to the courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stay idle. They were about to leave. Li Longji probably couldn't wait until tomorrow, or else he wouldn't have sent the news now. It was very likely that the appointment would come in the summer. The business here hadn't been set up yet. They had to recoup their investment first. Even if they had to leave, they had to first stabilize the business in Suzhou. When they reached Wing Province, they would need to build roads, but not roads to the capital. They would need to build roads to Chengdu, which would cost a lot of money. Zhang Xiaobao was hoping to take out the profits from Suzhou. Taking out a business map of Suzhou, Zhang Xiaobao pointed to a place. Here, build a leather processing plant. When the local people raise pigs, they will gather the pig hides here for processing. In the counties, build processing plants for sausages, ham, and bacon. The sausages will be sent to nearby places, and the ham and bacon will be sold further away. The pig's hair will also be left behind to be used to make brushes. The poultry's hair will also be left behind. When the time comes, it will be sent to Sanshui County to be processed into down jackets and duvets. What else haven't you thought of? Help me think about it. It's too urgent. There are also fish and crabs raised in sets. Although it's to increase rice production, we can't waste it. The meat will be dried and the corresponding processing plant will be built. The shells and bones will be ground into powder and mixed with other crops to be fodder. We can send it to the Yangtze River, which is the south bank. I believe that they will be willing to cooperate with us. In addition to the local business activities, should we send a few boats to go up the river and make arrangements in advance? There are 2 big families, not to mention Grandpa Bai and the others. Wang Wan followed suit. At the same time, she also acted as a secretary and wrote down what they thought of. Yes, we have to send people out first. It's not easy to travel on the waterway, so we don't have to use them off if we can. Send 20 people out from Team 0 to get used to the weather first. It's best to find more people before we leave. We can't just have Team 0. Since it's far away from Beijing and this place is special, we should expand the protection team. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to suffer losses. If there was an opportunity to make up for the losses, he would use it. Chapter 594. The fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family went up against the mighty river. Li Sun's fleet followed closely behind. Li Sun ran to the main ship of the Zhang family and Wang family to stay. Old Man Yao, Old Man Pai, and Old Man Chang were also there. Old Man Lu took the collected information and left some people from the Ministry of Works to continue the research before returning. It wasn't that the main ship of the Zhang family had a good view, but that it was the safest place, especially Li Sun. Even after being told that he might fall ill, he still insisted on traveling. Usually, when he could see Zhang Xiaobao, he would stay beside him. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, they would bring along 2 doctors. After the fleet traveled for 3 days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally realized that something was wrong. Along the way, there were other ships joining Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao's fleet. None of the ships were small, and from the looks of it, they were very deep in the water. The fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family was large to begin with. It wasn't because they wanted to make a scene, but because they had a lot of people. In addition, they also carried a lot of goods. Along the way, they had already attracted the attention of others. The ships upstream didn't need to be reminded and automatically made way for them, afraid of conflict. The sun was shining brightly and the river breeze was whistling. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were flying kites with their younger brother and sister, another 4 ships that were waiting by the side joined the fleet. What do you mean? Have they been influenced by our personality and are preparing to follow us? Wang Wan raised her clairvoyance and stared at the 4 ships that didn't have any flags or symbols. In the past few days, 22 ships had joined, and they were all large ships. They were deep in the water, but no one came to greet them. Zhang Xiaobao tied a small kite rope to his younger brother's waist and signaled the servant girl to take him to play. He also looked at the ships in puzzlement. There's no unspoken rule that ships must travel in groups on the Yangtze River, right? The ship also looks awkward. It doesn't look like a military ship, and it doesn't look like a cargo ship. It seems to be a dual-purpose ship. Let's go and find someone to ask. The 2 of them went to look for Li Sun with confusion in their hearts. Li Sun was playing mahjong with Lu, Xin and Wei Wei. He was not as skilled as Zhang Xiaobao, and his opponents were not the so-called experts from the Ministry of Works. The 3 girls kept Li Sun at bay, and he could not even touch a single tile. Li Sun's luck was not bad. After the start of the new round, he had already heard his tiles after 5 rounds. Hu Yao had 4 and 7, but he did not touch a single tile after 3 rounds. Lu, his opponent, had already dismantled his table, but she still did not touch a single tile. Li Sun did not know, but the most infuriating one was Wei Wei. A 4 and a 7 were both useless tiles. She put them on the side for Li Sun to see. Then, she played 3 consecutive tiles. Her meaning was very clear. If you want to win, change it. Don't expect me to play. Xan's opponent had 13 tiles on the table. She grabbed a tile and touched it with her small hands. Then, she glanced at Li Sun and gently flipped it to the middle. Li Sun felt a lot of pressure. He grabbed a tile and looked at the tiles that had been played in the middle. There was only one that was the same as the one in his hand. He hesitated and did not know whether to play or not. Young Master Li, why don't you sleep first and see if you should play in your dreams? I'm sleepy. Let me remind you that I'm playing 5 and 800,000. If so, don't play. Xan yawned and said to Li Sun. You said that last round, but the result was not at all. This round. I'll say it first. My heart is not good. If I play something else, you can't win, or else you can stop playing. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. No one is forcing you to play. Being sick is not an excuse. Being weak is not an excuse. What are you afraid of? A single tile is only 400. It's not a big deal. Xan looked like she was going to win, which made Li Sun even more worried. His hand holding the tiles trembled. 400 was not a big deal. The main thing was that he had already lost more than 3,000. If he continued to lose, he would become a poor man when he arrived at the destination. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally appeared. Li Sun did not wait for the 2 to speak and said directly, I thought you 2 forgot about that big thing. Come back to the cabin with me. I'll give it to you. That's all for today. We'll play another day. After saying that, Li Sun prepared to leave. At the same time, she threw out the card in her hand. 50,000. I win. You can't be like this. You cheated. We won't play with you next time. 400. Even if you don't give it today, you have to give it tomorrow. Xan took out the tiles and shouted at Li Sun, who was leaving behind a shadow. Young Master Li's tiles are getting better. You dare to play with the 3 of them. Even I can't deal with them. Young Master Li, look at the ship behind them. Do you know it? Zhang Xiaobao did not know what the 3 of them were busy with all day. It seemed that they were short of money recently. It was not the first time that people from the inner courtyard had come to say that they were cheated of money. This kind of thing was up to them. What he had to figure out was the meaning of the ships that kept coming along the way. Li Sun took the clairvoyance and looked behind. For a moment, he could not figure it out. The ships were not of the same size, and they were also of different ages. The only thing they had in common was that they were very honest. They could also be used for military purposes as cargo ships. Putting down the clairvoyance, Li Sun shook his head. I'm not sure. Since they are mixed in with Master Bai and Master Yao's fleet, why don't we ask the two of you why you haven't seen them in the past 2 days? Who knows? Maybe they are in the wrong. Wang Wan mumbled. As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, 3 old men walked out from the cabin onto the deck. Their eyes were all red. The first impression they gave was that they were suffering from a contagious disease. Their eyes were red, but they were in good spirits. When the old man Pai saw Zhang Xiaobao and the others, he quickly walked over. He also looked behind and asked, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, and His Royal Highness, are you enjoying the breeze here? It's almost time to eat. I haven't tasted Xiaobao and Cuckoo's cooking for many days. I'm really missing them. Yes, they are. They keep blowing and blowing and blowing, and a few ships will appear. I reckon that by the time they reach Idyll, there will be more than 100 ships behind them. Grandpa Bai, are those ships your relatives? I wonder what kind of goods they are carrying. They draw quite a lot of water. Zhang Xiaobao handed over the clairvoyance in his hand. Old man Pai took it and looked at it carefully. He looked like he was thinking. After a while, he said, maybe they see that your fleet is big, so they are following behind you. If they run into trouble, they can ask for help. If they eat the water, it means that they have a lot of goods. Merchants don't have it easy, so why bother with them? That's true. Since they are going the same way, how about this? Grandpa Bai, I'll get someone to bring their ships in. It'll be safer to protect them on the side. I'll be a good person until the end. Every time it's time to eat, I'll call them over to eat something hot. I've seen them a few times, but they are only eating dry rations. How pitiful. Zhang Xiaobao kept looking into old man Pai's eyes as he spoke. That fleeting gaze of his was really admirable. He was so old, but he could still look back and forth. Old man Yao stood up and said, I don't think there's a need. Some people don't like to be helped. They are probably like that. Come, let's eat. Okay, let's eat. What a pity. That's right, Grandpa Yao. My family often makes machines. Recently, we have figured out a kind of oil that can be smeared on metal. It can better protect the metal. For example, as long as we use that oil, not only will it not smell bad, but it will also shine brighter after we wipe it with a cotton cloth. Do you want to take out a few buckets of it and maintain the weapons on the ships behind us? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said when he was about to turn around and head back to eat. No need. Wrap them up in oil paper. Old man Yao followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and replied. Oh. That's good. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said at the same time. This time, the 3 old men were stunned. Old man Yao had a helpless expression. How could he make such a mistake normally? The comfortable life made him less vigilant. Old man Pai asked helplessly, Xiaobao, how do you know that the ships behind us are loaded with weapons? I also know that the ships are not only loaded with weapons, but also with food and medicine, Zhang Xiaobao replied. How do you know? Old man Pai wondered. I knew as soon as you asked. The more certain you asked, the more certain I was. You asked me first to let me know that my family was used as a cover. Everyone knows that my family's fleet is big. It's so big that no matter how many ships there are, no one will suspect it. So my father became a sacrifice. He had to stay in Idyll for at least a year. If he fell sick there, who would make up for it? I guess that as soon as my family set out, someone in the capital would impeach my father. Then my father was sent away. The time difference was controlled well. My family's pigeons couldn't have flown with the ships. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know the situation at first, but after probing a little, he understood everything. Who will go if not your family? Don't your family want to seek justice for the people in Shuzhou who were washed away by the flood? Other than your family, no one else can take out such a big fleet. Other than your family, no one else can do the follow-up work. Other people are more likely to fall sick. When we get there, I'll tell you why. There are too many people, and if the news is leaked, then all our previous efforts will be wasted. As long as everything goes well, your father can go to another place in at most a year. Old Man Pai didn't have a choice. He could only try to make his voice louder to sound reasonable. Zhang Xiaobao nodded as if he had accepted his fate. He sighed and said, "It's really dangerous if you're not a local." Poor thing. My grandfather has lived for so long, but he still doesn't know what it's like to be a rank 1 official. My grandmother doesn't even know what the clothes of a noble lady look like. And Xiao Bei, before we left, told me that he wanted to open a toy store in Shuzhou. He heard that there are skilled craftsmen in the Military Weapons Bureau. Unfortunately, this wish can't be realized. As a brother, I'm useless. Useless. Me, my family too. As a sister, sigh. Wang Wan also said at this time. Old Man Pai and the other two looked at each other. Old Man Yao nodded helplessly and said, there are arrangements. Now, we'll go to Idyll safely. When he said this, he knew that he had to do something. It was his fault for not keeping his mouth shut. However, a rank 1 official was definitely not allowed. Even a rank 1 official was not allowed. Chapter 595. The drizzle fell on the Yangtze River, and the hazy scenery changed. Against the current, the weeping willows swayed gently, and the sunset could not be seen. After lunch, it started to drizzle, and it was already dark before it was evening. There was no sound of apes crying on both sides of the river, and the speed of a light boat passing through thousands of mountains. Similarly, there was no feeling of being blown by the wind. Li Sun covered his chest and found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Xiaobao, I'm sick. I think I won't be able to hold on until we reach the place. I'll leave the rest to you, but I still have a wish. As soon as he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Sun gasped for breath and said. Zhang Xiaobao moved closer to Li Sun, rolled his eyes, and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you see a doctor?" "It's no use. My heart can't take it anymore. Xiaobao, we have to live a grand life. I feel that I don't have anything else except that I'm missing a chance to do something big. Xiaobao, look at our relationship over the past few years. You have to let me shine like a meteor in the sky." Li Sun and Wei Wei closed their eyes, and their breathing gradually weakened. Wang Wan stood aside and watched for a while, then turned back to continue with her work. Zhang Xiaobao still looked nervous, but the corners of his mouth were curled up. When Li Sun slightly opened his left eye, Zhang Xiaobao quickly closed his mouth again. He asked sadly, "Young Master Li, if you have something to say, just say it. I'll help you if I can. Rest assured, with our relationship, I won't let you die so easily." Li Sun heard and opened his right eye, but his breathing was still not so smooth. He said weakly, "I hope that when we reach Yingzhou, your family will provide me with more sleeve arrows. I want to be loyal to the country." "Well, do you want to kill yourself with sleeve arrows?" Zhang Xiaobao asked doubtfully. "No, I want to kill the enemy." "Oh. You want to kill Tubo, right?" Will you recover after killing them? I'm sorry, but don't think about it. It's not up to you. Tell me, what did you get from them? Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while. If he wanted to kill the enemy in Wing Prefecture, he could only go to Tubo. It seemed that this had something to do with the transfer this time. However, Old Man Pai and the other two didn't want to tell him and insisted on waiting until they arrived. He had no choice but to ask Li Sun in a roundabout way. Li Sun was stunned, and his breathing stopped. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao for a while and asked, "How did you know? Do you think I'm stupid?" "I don't know anything. I've decided. Because the boat is on the river and my family is not feeling well, we'll postpone the trip. We'll stop at the shore and enjoy the delicacies of the river to recuperate." Zhang Xiaobao thought of a way to get the news as soon as possible, and that was to delay. When the others were running out of time, they would naturally discuss with him. "Then what about my aspiration to be like a shooting star?" Li Sun was still thinking about his matter. "With your IQ, you can't be a shooting star. How about the moon? Wait for the sun to set before you appear." Zhang Xiaobao expressed his thoughts tactfully. Li Sun still fought for it and said, "Then there's still the time when the sun and moon rise. Then I can leave the finishing work to you." Zhang Xiaobao compromised. Zhang Xiaobao did what he said. When night fell, the speed of the fleet slowed down and began to look for a place to dock. Just as he thought, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao couldn't stay still. They pulled Old Man Chang along and each of them held a small teapot in their hands. From time to time, they would sip and shake the tea in their mouths. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing games with a group of little guys. Some of the adults were seasick, but the little guys were still so active. It seemed that they were not affected by the ups and downs of the ship at all. The group stood in a circle. In the middle was a big ball sewn with a float. They kicked it back and forth. If they kicked it, they would wait for others to kick it again. If they missed, they would chase with all their strength. Many times, two little guys would try to grab it at the same time, each wanting to kick it themselves. "Xiaobao, why is the ship so slow?" Old Man Pai asked Zhang Xiaobao after kicking the ball back to him. "The little guys are not in good health, so they can't walk too fast. Also, my grandfather has to find a place to rest. If we don't do well, it will be many days late when we reach Idyll. I don't know if the imperial court will blame me. But there's no other way. I can't get into trouble just to get there. At worst, I'll quit being an official and find a few acres of land to live a good life." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at his younger brothers and sisters and replied. The three old men couldn't tell which one of them was not in good health. They looked at each other. Old Man Yao sighed and finally spoke. "Xiaobao, there's something that I should tell you. Even if it's against the imperial favor, come with me." "Grandpa Yao, please don't. How can I harm you?" "There's no hurry. But Commandery Prince Li seems to want to be a shooting star. It's difficult for him to charge and break through the enemy lines. He's not satisfied with being a moon." "What's going on?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't give him any face at all. He hated to fight battles that he wasn't sure about. Since it was a secret, then he would keep it. "I won't leave. I'll see when you can transport the things to the destination. Otherwise, don't use Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's fleets as a cover." Li Sun already knew, but he still kept it a secret. This was unreasonable. As he said this, Zhang Xiaobao followed Old Man Yao to a place where there was no one. Old Man Pai and Zhang Xiaobao also came over. Wang Wan gathered the little guys and servants together and went to a place further away to play. She didn't want to disturb the four people's conversation. Zhang Xiaobao and Old Man Pai sat down. Old Man Pai looked around and said, "Actually, the main reason for going to Idyll this time is to deal with Tubo. We're going to use force against Tubo, but we're afraid that they will find out. So, we're going to use our family's fleet as a cover and catch them off guard. My family has to take the risk and cooperate. Why didn't you tell us? Without waiting for Old Man Pai to finish his words, Zhang Xiaobao continued with a dissatisfied look. Old Man Pai shut up. Old Man Chang then said, "Then do you know why we're going to use force against Tubo? It's mainly because they have something to do with the dam breach at Suzhou's Wangjiang. The imperial court investigated and finally discovered that someone or a few people from the imperial court had been deceived by a spy. They didn't deal with the people from the imperial court because they wanted to numb Tubo. Once they started fighting, the imperial court would come back and deal with them. But what does this have to do with my family? My father is going to Luoyang, not Idyll. We've already exchanged benefits. When doing business, even people know how to be honest, let alone the imperial court." Zhang Xiaobao continued the conversation once again. What he meant was, don't think that my family doesn't know anything. Anyway, we have to continue the exchange. Just as Old Man Yao was about to say something, Old Man Pai said angrily, "Why didn't you exchange with your family? Aren't your grandfather and Cuckoo's grandfather going to have official positions? When your family left, they gave you the salt pan you wanted. After the war, you had to return to Luoyang and delay things. If not your family, who would go? How would you cover up such a big team? If you don't go by water, people will notice you on land. It's not like your family doesn't know the local people. Ordinary people won't be able to control them at all. If the logistics are not stable, how are you going to fight? Moreover, this time, we have to borrow your family's power to allocate the provisions. If your family goes, no matter how big of a commotion you make, others will think that it's a business move. If someone else tries to mobilize there, Tubo will immediately realize it. The most important thing is your family's organizational ability. The imperial court didn't send any other officials. When the war starts, it will all depend on your family's ability to transfer and transport. This is the result of the emperor and a few ministers' research. Lu Zhou, when your family was fighting against disasters, running businesses, and taking care of the people, there was no mistake at all. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your family's ability. The emperor rarely praises others, but he praised your family once. He said that in terms of logistics, the Zhang family is the best. With your family there, it will save the imperial court a lot of trouble. At this time, Old Man Yao also spoke. He had to say it. The Zhang family's ship was about to dock. However, Zhang Xiaobao was still not satisfied with this answer. Then why didn't you say it in advance? If I say it in advance, what if your family members can't control their emotions? If others see it, won't all your previous efforts be wasted? Originally, it's not suitable for war now. The country has just stabilized, and it will take some time to recover. I'm the one who is most against war, but your family has helped the imperial court obtain a lot of taxes. Also, your family and Li Sun have a lot of money. Even if the imperial court can't gather it in time, we can use your money to deal with it first. When Old Man Yao said this, he seemed very embarrassed. He was not wrong. Back then, when Prime Minister Ren was still alive, he said that they should not go to war. However, he supported war now. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a while and said, "In that case, when the time comes and the imperial court can't transfer the provisions, my family will have to think of a way. If we can't support it financially, my family will have to fork out some money. If we lose, whose responsibility is it?" Old Man Chang finally found an opportunity to say, "If we lose, it's naturally the responsibility of the general in front. He'll be the one fighting. As long as your family supplies the logistics, it'll be fine." What if we win? Doesn't the credit also count as the general's? My family is in the logistics. If we lose money, we'll have nothing. Also, let me say this first. Logistics is a regular supply. If he needs a lot of oil to attack with fire, then my family won't care. My family is responsible for transporting the provisions and military equipment to the first city to attack. Now, let's talk about how the delay will be calculated. Zhang Xiaobao asked again. This time, the three old men were in a dilemma. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. When they were stared at by Zhang Xiaobao, Old Man Pai said, "If you win, you'll have to win. However, you can't give any reward in the imperial court. You can secretly compensate your father when he changes positions." In this year's imperial examination, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's villagers in Zhuangzi will do well. As long as they are of age and have indeed studied in the academy, it's fine. We need to write a letter to discuss this. Basically, there's no problem. Yes, there's no problem. Chapter 596. Zhang Xiaobao's words at first made the three old men happy, but when they heard that they were going to dock, they didn't know what to do. They all looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for his answer. The three old men knew that Zhang Xiaobao had just gone back to ask the expert, so now they were waiting for an answer. Why did they have to stop the ship? The fleet of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had been floating on the water for 2 months without any supplies. They had just come out for a few days, so there must be a reason. Could it be that there were more conditions? It's all your fault. You only told me now. If you had told me earlier, I would have prepared earlier. The preparation for taking office is definitely different from the preparation for logistics. It will be too late to gather supplies when we arrive. We'll stop for 1 night and 1 morning tomorrow, and then we'll speed up. Zhang Xiaobao was much more relaxed this time. The new exchange conditions were good, better than the previous ones. The main thing was that they could help the people of Shuzhou to avenge. If his family didn't go to Shuzhou, maybe the 2 mines would continue to be secretly mined, and no one would destroy the river embankment. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but admire the 2 judges who had lurked and waited for an opportunity. After so many years of ambush, their families were established, and they even became officials, but they were still willing to sacrifice everything for the interests of the country. After all, they were not people of the Tang Empire. They had to be prepared for revenge. If you drown my people, I'll slaughter your people. There was nothing to say. As for the praise from the imperial court, Zhang Xiaobao didn't take it to heart at all. Something practical was more attractive than words. What was the use of 10,000 words of praise? After discussing with the 3 old men, Zhang Xiaobao happily found Wang Wan, who was playing with the little ones, and hurried back to his cabin. Taking out the map, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Good news. Now we can make a lot of money from the war. We've also gained a lot of benefits. We're going to war. You're good at this. Help me figure out how to deal with logistics." While Wang Wan was puzzled, Zhang Xiaobao told her about his conversation with the 3 old men. The map in front of him was very precious. Even the imperial court didn't have it. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a few copies. It was a military map of Tubo. It included mountain ranges, rivers, fields, roads, as well as various villages and shops. There was even a map of the layout of Tubo's Jinchuan city. This was all thanks to Senrini, who had been doing business with him all this time. He had also told him about the new game and even gave him the map of the entire Tang Empire. In exchange, he had added a few more people to his team that Song Jinggong had sent to draw the map. Song Jinggong said that he would help him come up with a set of rules and let him operate the game in Tubo. In the end, after the map was done, the military map was given to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After some changes, it became a map of the game and was sent back to him. It was said that the effect was not as good as that in the capital. Many people didn't follow the rules and mostly carved the characters and goods themselves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about how much money he earned. With this map, it was enough. Wang Wan looked at the contour lines on the map and the marked roads. She whispered, "The road is too difficult to walk on. They arranged for your father to go to Idyll. It must be to find gold. It's a little far. It would be more convenient if your father went to Zhizhou to be the provincial governor. It's close to Tubo." Yes, Li Longji was also afraid that something would go wrong, so he moved back dozens of miles. There's a province in front of him in case the expert died and there was no one to help him. From the date, this war was prepared in a hurry, especially in terms of logistics. According to the information you received, in order to numb the enemy and give them a warning and revenge, they didn't even gather the local food in Chengdu. The emperor who can mutiny is indeed daring. He's betting that we can organize a complete logistics system under such circumstances. Unfortunately, this matter is only known to the two of us now. We can't tell anyone else, including our family, in case the secret is leaked. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He also knew how difficult it was, but since he had accepted it, he had to do it well. Basically, everyone knew that before the troops and horses moved, the provisions had to be prepared first, let alone him and Wang Wan. Looking at the roads on the map that shouldn't be used by humans, he held his chin and thought hard. When Wang Wan started to make military deductions, he said, "When we get to Jiangxia tomorrow night, think of a way to pass the news to the fleet in front through the land route. Send 5 members of Team 0. There are many places where there are no roads, only mountains. We need them to block the ships in front of us on the river section where we need to pull the cable. Don't sleep tonight. You make your deductions, and I'll do mine." Li Longji really thinks highly of us. No wonder Grandpa Bai and the others were busy building roads. They were planning to build a supply route. What a joke. Isn't Li Sun going to participate in the war? Good, count him in. We really can't send any troops. Then don't disturb me. It's very difficult, especially when we don't have any data to support it. I don't even have any information on the enemy's generals and our own generals, let alone understand their personalities. Wang Wan took a map and hid in a corner to get busy. She also knew that she didn't have many soldiers in her family. There were only 56 people that she could bring out. The rest of the guards had not seen blood yet. They were far inferior compared to Li Sun's guards. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, the 3 old men couldn't sleep. They were already old, so they didn't sleep well. Coupled with the fact that they had something on their minds, they tossed and turned in bed. Do you think the Zhang family will succeed? Old Man Chang wasn't as knowledgeable as Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. He also couldn't compare to them in terms of political knowledge. However, he was also anxious. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would know how big of a problem the Zhang family was going to face. They didn't give them any time to prepare and immediately mobilized. This was because they really couldn't keep it a secret. Otherwise, they would have only told them when they were about to reach Idyll. In fact, it was useless now. There wasn't enough time. The transportation of military equipment couldn't be delayed. They could only see the situation along the way. If it were him, even if he was forced to die, he wouldn't be able to organize the logistics without solving the local problems. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao were also uncertain. It was too risky. Perhaps the Zhang family's organizational skills had reached a frightening level, or perhaps the Zhang family had never compromised in the face of difficulties time and time again. That was why they had made such a plan. Old Man Pai pulled up the thin quilt covering his body and exposed his arms. He looked at the dark cabin ceiling and said, I don't know if it will succeed. That will depend on whether the Zhang family has an undeserved reputation. If it succeeds, it will probably be difficult to arrange an official position for Zhang Zhong. Should he be placed in the Ministry of Revenue, which is in charge of local governance, or the Ministry of War? One person can't be divided into two halves. If he doesn't have an official position, the expert behind him won't do anything. Oh, it seems like it's also possible to put him in the Ministry of Works. Then let's use Cuckoo's father as well. Why do you insist on giving him an official position? Give him an actual position. Anyway, there's someone behind him helping. I don't believe that he can't do it well. I think it won't be too big of a problem. Otherwise, Xiao Bao wouldn't have agreed so easily when he went to ask. I'm looking forward to his family's actions and see how capable they are. In the past, they always ran to the local areas to build. This time, they will be in charge of logistics. It's different from building. It's not as simple as taking out the family's money to give the people a job and then starting business. There's not much time for them to do this. Old Man Yao simply sat up and turned on the lights in the cabin. As he spoke, he picked up the thermos and made himself a cup of tea. He also took out a handful of sunflower seeds and started munching on them. Old Man Pai looked envious. He also came over and helped Old Man Chang make a cup of tea. He held the teacup in his hand and said, It's a loss. If I knew this would happen, I would have discussed with the Zhang family in advance. Now, there are even more conditions in exchange. After giving out all the benefits, when the children of the Zhang family and Wang family grow up, with the marriage alliance between the two families, it won't be difficult for the 6 of them to support the 2 families. Moreover, there are still 2 adults. It's not good to tell them in advance. If they know the news and go to Chengdu in advance to make preparations, there will always be flaws. Zhang Zhong hasn't become an official yet, but there are already people buying grain in the area. Plus, with the incident in Shuzhou, as long as the people of Tubo aren't fools, they will be able to see through it. I don't know much about other things, but I also know that usually, wars are fought after the autumn harvest. If we go now, it will be the hottest time of summer. It won't be the autumn harvest yet. After the war with Tubo, even if they want to counterattack, they will have to wait for some time. It's enough for Tang to make arrangements. What we rely on is to catch them off guard. Who would have thought that they would send troops at this time? However, the burden will be on the Zhang family. Let's see if they can bear it. Once they do, it will be impossible for them to become local officials in the future. Who can rest assured that such people will be released? Old Man Chang didn't drink tea as gently as Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. While it was hot, he drank it in one gulp. He exhaled hot air and expressed his thoughts. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rushed to eat breakfast and ran to the deck to sleep in the sun. It had rained yesterday, so now the weather was good. It wasn't cold, but it wasn't hot. The little ones were waiting for their older brother and sister to come and play with them. However, after waiting for more than an hour, they still didn't see anyone. They angrily threw away the toys in their hands and went out to look for them. When they found the 2 people lying there sleeping, they became interested and tried hard to express their thoughts. They asked someone to wake them up and let them sleep next to their older brother and sister. The 3 old men woke up early in the morning and began to observe the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. When they found that nothing had changed, they were relieved. After breakfast, they called Li Sun over. Your Highness, you know why we went there this time. Don't think about going to war. Your guards, Yuanji's and my guards will be responsible for protecting the people in the Zhang family and Wang family. Don't look at the distance. It's 100 li away. If something happens to them, this old man won't have the face to live. Old Man Pai heard Zhang Xiaobao mention yesterday that Li Sun wanted to be a star. Today, he had to tell him in advance in case something happened and disturbed the Zhang family's arrangements. Li Sun was still not convinced. I have a special force. Stop. What kind of force must be left behind to protect? Otherwise, this old man will tie you up and send you back to the capital. Let the emperor see your special force. Chapter 597. After leaving Jiangxia, the speed of the fleet became faster. They didn't stop to resupply when they passed by Dongting Lake. After half a month, they finally arrived at a dangerous place, Shiling Gorge. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood at the bow of the ship and used their thousandly eyes to observe the scene in front of them. They looked at each other and were both shocked. They had never seen such a place before. Before, it was very stable, but now, it was terrifying. In just a short while, the two of them saw a fairly good ship hit the rocks due to the rapid current. Fortunately, it had just hit the rocks and was still going against the current. The ship immediately broke free and reached the shore before it sank. The people on the ship jumped off one after another, leaving only the mast of the ship above the water. I think it's good to build a dam. Although it will put pressure on the earth's crust, it's like an earthquake. No one can say that it really has a big impact on other aspects. At least it will be easier to sail. It's not that scary. Right now, Zhang Xiaobao only wanted his fleet to pass through smoothly, so he put everything else aside. Wang Wan was also shocked by the current and the danger below. Looking at the waves that hit the mountains on both sides, she said, "How can we go? Our ships are deep in the water. It's impossible to send people to check the situation below. If one person goes in, there will be no one left. Do you want to rely on luck? Let the ship go up and insert the iron pole diagonally. Explore the way. I don't want to walk for 3 days and 3 nights only to see Yellow Ox Rock when I turn back." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to waste. The earlier they arrived, the earlier they could prepare. He didn't know how the ship in front of them passed, so he immediately ordered the ship to go first. At least the ship would be more stable. At this time, the people on the ship pointed to the mountains on both sides and said, "Young master, look, there is a sign on the mountain. There are words on it." Zhang Xiaobao looked. Sure enough, there was a sign. The words were too small to see clearly, so he used the binoculars to look. "Ship, explore the way. At this sign, go forward 121 meters. 45 meters to the left. The reef is 7 meters above the water. Go around 5 meters. You can avoid it. Well done. This is the advance team. Look at the sign. Tell the people behind to follow closely. Don't worry if you hit the reef." Zhang Xiaobao saw the words on the sign, waved his fist, and said happily. This was the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. They had long considered this matter, preparing for the fleet behind them. As for what he said afterwards, it was to warn those who were unconvinced. So what if it was military transport? How dare they compete with the fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family? This made it easy for the various ships following behind. Seeing the large ships in front of them moving forward smoothly, they also followed suit. The 3 old men sat together with Li Sun. Originally, they planned to wait patiently, but they didn't expect the fleet to rush forward. Especially the ships of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Li Sun. Relying on their flexibility, they weren't afraid of being swept away by the current at all. They stood at the front and opened a path for the ships behind. Old Man Pai took the clairvoyant eye and looked at the signs on both sides of the river. He could understand the measurements on the signs, so there was no problem in converting them into feet and feet. He then took another clairvoyant eye and gave it to Old Man Yao. This is the capability of the Zhang family. The people who are scouting ahead are from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. They have long anticipated that the boats behind them would be difficult to pass through and provided the data on both sides of the river. With the performance of the Zhang family's boats, there is no need to worry about wasting time. This is the true inner courtyard of an aristocratic family. When I was in Sanshui County, I didn't realize that their inner courtyard was so powerful. Old Yao went to Shuzhou later. He only heard about the Zhang family from others, especially the shipping fleet. He only knew that it was extraordinary, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Today was an eye-opener. When other ships took this route, they had to be extremely careful. Some even seemed to stop on the surface of the water for fear of being washed away by the turbulence. The Zhang family's fleet had never taken this route before. It was the first time they could do it so smoothly, so they couldn't help but be convinced. Why do you have to write such a number? Wouldn't it be better to just write Zhang? Old Man Yao asked in confusion. It's not accurate enough. The Zhang family's current measurement tools are accurate to the millimeter. It's too troublesome to calculate according to the measurements of the current Great Tang. For example, when the Ministry of Works is making weapons, they sometimes use the term half an inch. How much is half an inch? Moreover, every place has a different appearance. It's a mess. Unlike the Qin dynasty, their weapons can be replaced when they are damaged. It seems like we need to unify them. Old Man Pai explained to Old Man Yao. Li Sun, who was at the side, said smugly, "What's this little bit of danger? How can it be more dangerous than the sea? There's no chance to explore there at all. It's all based on experience. That's the real danger." He had reason to be proud. His fleet was the same as the Zhang family and the Wang families. They were all good ships. If he didn't go to dangerous places, how could he show that he was better than others? Old Man Yao had never seen what the sea at Lu Zhou's place looked like. Now was not the time to talk about the sea. He looked at the signs that were specially hung on the mountains on both sides of the river and said, "When we get there, I'll arrange for people to replace the big signs and words with the sizes of Zhang and Zhang that everyone can understand. It's convenient for the ships to come and go. It's useless. The river rises and falls. We might be able to hide for a while, but when we really go on this route, we'll have to rely on the experience of the boatmen. Unfortunately, they can't read at all. If they could write down their experiences and organize it. Perhaps it would be useful." Old Man Pai said with emotion. He was thinking about the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and the Wang family and the villagers. When he was in Sanshui County, he found out that all of them had to be literate. At that time, he did not understand why the villagers were literate. Now that he thought about it, if the villagers of the Zhang family and the Wang family encountered the same situation, the result would be different. Li Sun's mansion also imitated the literacy of the Zhang family and the Wang family. At this time, he said, "In the future, let everyone be literate, just like Sanshui County, Huayuan County, and Lu Zhou's place. As long as there are children in the family, regardless of whether they are boys or girls, they will have to go to school for free. When they grow up and have children, they can teach themselves what the school can teach. Where will the money come from?" Old Man Yao also hoped that the entire Tang dynasty would be literate. Unless it was a critical moment, they would not realize the benefits of literacy. Li Sun was worried about other things, but he was not afraid of money. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was so poor that he only had money left. "Lord Yao, you don't have to worry about the money for education. I will contribute part of it, and the Zhang family and the Wang family will contribute part of it. They like to do this kind of thing the most, not only in education, but also in treatment." Since I met Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they have been investing a lot of money in education every year. Lord Bai, you should know. I know. But the money for Sanshui County's Jinjia Academy doesn't seem to come directly from his family. The academy organizes 1 or 2 competitions every year, and the money comes out. Also, they can make money by writing poems and copying books for the students they contact. Old Man Pai was full of anger at the mention of this matter. Zhang family and the Wang family gained a good reputation, and the students remembered them. Other people paid for them, and there were advertisements for other shops on the walls of the academy. Even the clothes they wore had small words embroidered on the corners. Only these 2 families could do such a thing. What was originally an elegant academy was actually filled with the stench of money, but the results were very good. Even if the students were poor, as long as they were willing to learn, they would have good food every day. There were 2 competitions in a year, and they did not have to worry about anything else. Their food, clothing, and accommodation were all taken care of by others, and the people who took care of them felt that they were taking advantage of them. What kind of world was this? Other people would not be able to finish the journey in a few days, but the fleet of Zhang family and the Wang family only took half a day to pass through. The weather was getting hotter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not find anything to do, so they wrote a proposal every day and sent it to their father. After their father approved it, they changed it and sent it to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. After Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao gave their comments, the 2 of them would write another copy and send it over. When the 3 of them were satisfied, it would be considered complete. After that, they would tidy up what they had written before and after, write down their comments, and prepare to wait for the book to be printed and sold. It could be said that they could learn and earn money at the same time. If they still had time, they would look for Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao to practice martial arts. Old Man Chang basically used fighting techniques and had a lot of experience. Old Man Yao was well versed in all kinds of weapons. He could be said to be an all-rounder. If they did not take advantage of him, they would be letting themselves down. The 3 old men were also willing to teach, especially Old Man Yao. He came later, unlike Old Man Pai, who had already experienced the carefreeness of teaching Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The days passed in such a fulfilling way. On this day, the fleet finally could not rely on their own strength to move forward. Zhang family and the Wang family might be able to barely swim, but the military definitely could not. They had already reached Cutang Gorge. With the strength of the impact, no matter how good a swimmer was, if they jumped in, it was guaranteed that they would disappear. The fleet could not move on their own, so they had to rely on a tracker. Seeing that the tracker only had a piece of cloth to cover his face and did not even have shoes, Wang Wan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled deeply. Just as she was about to ask someone to bring them clothes and shoes, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. Someone, bring them some good cotton rope and canvas. Tell them not to rush. Let them have a meal first and rest before moving. Tell the ships behind to wait. Wang Wan did not say anything after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's instructions. She only realized that the tracker had given them clothes and shoes, but they could not wear them when they were pulling the rope. The clothes would tear after a short period of time, and the shoes could not be worn. They had to be steady at every step. If they wore shoes, they would feel uncomfortable. To them, what they needed the most was good rope and canvas. However, Wang Wan was unwilling to give up. She tugged at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Think of something for them. Take out 5,000 strings of cash and make good iron poles and handles for them on this route. That way, they won't have to hold on to rocks to move forward. Generations of trackers will be able to use them." Zhang Xiaobao agreed without hesitation. Chapter 598. The river winds, the river flows, the river tides, the mountains and rivers swirl in the heart of the river. The river bank is steep and the mountains are slanted along the wall. Beside the river, the naked rocks sing ancient songs. Tens of thousands of waves, tens of thousands of ripples, hundreds of big boats, hundreds of small boats. One man, one rope, one shoulder pad, one step, one stop, one sentence mark. The trackers gladly accepted the rope and canvas that Zhang Xiaobao asked his men to deliver to them. They decided to use the rope and canvas to replace the cost of pulling the rope, especially the huge canvas. When the leader of the trackers held the rope and canvas in his hand, a childish smile appeared on his face that was so old that it was hard to tell his age from the wind and frost. With such a good cloth to cushion your shoulders, you won't have to worry about chafing your shoulders. Where did this canvas come from? I've never seen it before. It's a good thing. I'll definitely pull the boat through this gorge safely. Wang Wan felt like she was just like her little brothers and sisters. She would be satisfied as long as they were given something fun to play with. The calluses on her hands, feet, and shoulders were cracked. She really wanted to do something for the trackers. Is 5,000 piercings really enough? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that when Zhang Xiaobao spoke, under normal circumstances, it was hard to guess which sentence was true and which was false. Perhaps what Zhang Xiaobao said with a serious expression was so fake that it couldn't be any more fake. Or perhaps what he said casually was the truth. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Wan. She knew that as long as she forced Zhang Xiaobao, the lies would become the truth. Now, she was going to do this. Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to notice the tracker's hard work. His expression was as calm as ever, and his words were as light as a feather. That depends on whether or not someone came over and secretly removed the steel fixed with cement when no one was paying attention. If someone steals, not to mention 5,000 strings of coins, even 50 million strings of coins won't be enough to fill it up. If no one steals, a one-time investment of about 3,000 strings of coins will be enough to open up a path that can be used. In the future, the annual maintenance cost of a few hundred strings of coins will be enough. Be serious. I want to know what you think. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao in dissatisfaction. His life was already so difficult, and he still acted as if nothing had happened. All right, that's serious. I'll be serious now. It doesn't matter what I think. What's important is whether or not the trackers can protect the things that were made for them. We are just passers-by. That's how the rules have been for thousands of years. Give them a chance, and it's up to them to see how far they can go. Zhang Xiaobao's words were serious, but his expression was still the same. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. Wang Wan was so angry that she reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's cheeks. She stared into Zhang Xiaobao's eyes and said, "My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can jump from a height of 15 meters and climb a 9-meter tall wall with his bare hands. My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can deceive the world and take the lives of the politicians of other countries. My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can use the money he scams to give the children of his country a better future. He is the Xiaobao who is willing to trade his life for the children of criminals. The only rule that can bind him is his conscience. When everyone is helpless, he can turn the tide. Do you understand, Zhang Xiaobao? Did you develop too quickly and get too much nutrition? Did you reach the sunflower stage early? I didn't say that I wouldn't help. What does your expression have to do with it? My cuckoo, don't you believe me?" Zhang Xiaobao spent a lot of effort to force those words out of his deformed mouth. Wang Wan let go of her hand. "Who's your cuckoo?" "You're the one who's at the sunflower stage. We'll sleep in separate beds tonight. I'll go see how they pull the cable. I'll leave this to you. If you can't do it well, we'll sleep in separate rooms." Wang Wan was satisfied and left happily. Zhang Xiaobao was left standing where he was. He rubbed his cheeks and mumbled, "Scared of you. Sleep in separate beds. Little brat, what else can I do? Just wait for me to grow up." "Hey, someone, why are you standing so far away?" When Zhang Xiaobao felt that his face still belonged to him, he shouted at the person who was standing 5 feet away and was about to fall off the boat. The person immediately came over and whispered, "Young master, please tell me. I didn't see anything just now." "If you didn't see anything, then don't stay in the inner courtyard. Didn't you see the hardship of being a tracker? Didn't you see the hardship of being a tracker? Since you didn't see anything, I'll give you a chance to take a good look. You stay here and find someone to organize the local trackers. Monopolize them. Each person can only earn a few copper coins for pulling a boat. You don't know how many people and goods are on the boat. When the goods are sold over there, you can earn several times or even more than 10 times the profit. Once you've organized them, raise the price. If they don't want to spend money, let them figure out a way to climb. Use cement and steel to fix the climbing area. If the local boss tries to stop you, use money. If you can't, kill him. Don't worry about not being able to beat him. I'll find something useful for you later. You can ask the local authorities for help. Remember, the person who stays with you is a man. If it's a woman, sleep in separate beds." After talking to the servants in the inner courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood. He happily went to find Old Man Pai and the other two. The servants in the inner courtyard were stunned for a while before they slapped themselves. "Serves you right. You can't control your mouth. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, and Grandpa Zhang, have the 3 of you eaten?" Zhang Xiaobao jogged all the way to the cabin where the 3 old men were. He asked them sweetly as they enjoyed the scenery outside through the window. Old Man Pai suddenly shivered. If it was in Sanshui County, he would feel gratified when he heard Xiaobao and Cuckoo talk like this. Now, he understood the 2 more. A few days ago, they were angry with him. They didn't even give him a good face when he asked about knowledge. Now, they became cute in the blink of an eye. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange that they became so cute. Old Man Yao didn't know. He thought that the little kid didn't hold a grudge. He thought that the little kid didn't hold a grudge against his family a few days ago. Now that he saw the scenery of the Yangtze River, he forgot about it. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, he laughed and said, "It's not time to eat yet. Xiaobao, aren't you going to play with Xiaobei and the others? You haven't eaten yet. That's good. In a while, Cuckoo and I will personally cook for the 3 grandpas. It's been hard on the boat for many days. You should eat something good. What do the 3 grandpas want to eat? Cuckoo and I will definitely make it. Usually, Cuckoo and I treat the 3 grandpas as our own grandpas." Zhang Xiaobao blinked his big innocent eyes and continued speaking. Old Man Chang also felt cold. Maybe it was because the window was open too wide. The wind was blowing. It was cold on the Yangtze River. Old Man Pai didn't see the nervous look that Old Man Pai gave him. He followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, "As long as it's made by Xiaobao and Cuckoo, the grandpas love to eat it. The grandpas also treat Xiaobao and Cuckoo as their own grandson and granddaughter. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, is what Grandpa Yao said true?" Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look at Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang, and asked a little uncertainly. The 2 old men nodded very tacitly. At the same time, they said in their hearts, "It's over, it's over. We don't even know what's waiting for us. Retribution has come, right? I knew the 3 grandpas were the best. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, where are your famous tattoos?" Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic and started to get to the point. What? Old Man Pai asked with a trembling voice. Your grandson and granddaughter wanted to borrow it. If you don't want to give it to us, then forget it. You're even talking about your own grandpa. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his voice towards the end, but the three old men still heard it clearly. Just as Old Man Pai was wondering why the two little ancestors wanted the tattoos, Old Man Yao happily said, Xiaobao and Cuckoo want to use it, then give it to them. It's just a name tattoo. Wait, Grandpa Xiaobao will get it for you. Old Man Yao turned around to look for a name assassin. Old Man Bai met Zhang Xiaobao's expectant gaze and was defeated within 2 seconds. He also turned around to look for one. Old Man Zhang did not have a name assassin, so he could only watch from the side. After Zhang Xiaobao got the two old men's tattoos, he happily waved them. He ran out while saying, 3 grandpas, thank you. In a while, Cuckoo and I will make wontons for the 3 of you. The kind with big stuffing. Don't get me into trouble. Old Man Pai shouted at the empty cabin. He sighed and said to Old Man Yao, Xiaobao and Cuckoo's wontons aren't delicious. With the name tattoo in their hands, they can do anything. Then why did you give them the gilded name tattoo? Old Man Yao asked. What they want is the gilded name tattoo. I just offended them a few days ago. How can I not give it? Don't talk about the name tattoo. If they want my life, I will fight with them. And, in a while, let's eat wontons. The wontons made by the 2 children are really delicious. Drink tea, drink tea. Empty your stomach and eat a few to make up for your loss. Old Man Pai helplessly said. This time, Xiaobao also learned to keep it a secret. Zhang Xiaobao handed the 2 name tattoo to the servants who stayed behind. Then, he turned around and went to find Wang Wan to discuss the wontons. When he found Wang Wan was watching the boatman pull the rope. She clenched her little fists tightly, as if she was helping him. The river is flowing downwards, yo. Hey yo he. Bend your waist and climb the mountain, yo. Hey yo he. Straighten your back and walk, yo. Hey yo he. There's a whirlpool ahead, grab the lifesaver, yo. Hey yo he. Bend your waist to the right, lean down. Hey. Hey. Hey yo he. The boatman who commanded the boatmen shouted with every step. Following the sound of the boatman's voice, all the boatmen moved in unison and brushed past the whirlpool. It was unknown how they were able to exert their strength. The boatman's voice was sharp, hoarse, and high-pitched. The boatman's voice was deep and resounding. It echoed back and forth on both sides of the Yangtze River, making people hear the legendary song of this waterway. I was wondering why the boatman's voice in the past was different from now. The boatman's voice was modified. The real boatman's voice was used to command, not to express emotions. Wang Wan exclaimed as she listened to the boatman's voice echoing on both sides of the river and the mountains. Which one is better? Zhang Xiaobao did not expect the real boatman's voice to be so shocking. Chapter 599. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not possibly treat the trackers as civilians living at the bottom of society when they saw the trackers climbing and wading through the water. They were real heroes when they used their rich experience and strength to ensure the safety of the boats. If only we had a camera, we could record this moment. When Xiao Bei and the others are older and more mature, we'll show them that there are people like them in the world. Wang Wan said regretfully. Everyone lives the same life, the only difference is the quality of life. It's fine as long as the trackers know that they're tired. There's no need to put them in a high position. It'll be fine in the future. These people are giving us too little money. Let's stick together. If they don't want to spend more money, we'll cross the river ourselves. Zhang Xiaobao told Wang Wan as he watched the trackers moving forward. You've arranged everything. Aren't you afraid that someone else will take over if the trackers don't pull the boats? Wang Wan was very confident in Zhang Xiaobao's ability. She was just worried that someone else would take over the position if the price was too high. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Pulling a cable isn't just about physical strength. Let's not even talk about newbies. Even if we ask the trackers from the other two valleys to try, we'll see if any of the boats dare to be pulled by them. They'll break every single one of the boats. Just listen to the tune. They've turned pulling a cable into an art. It's the experience accumulated from generations of trackers. What if they find someone to beat them up? Wang Wan asked. Don't worry, we have our dear Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Yao to help us. We can just ask the local authorities to arrest them, Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. What did they use in exchange? Wontons. We'll go make them later. You only know how to bully people. What do you mean bully? We have nothing to do anyway. We'll just take advantage of them and suffer some losses. We understand that it's not a big deal. We'll just treat it as a game. Our mentality has always been to transcend the rules. We're just willing to live within the rules. Ha! Little Zhu, Little Bei, and the others are out. Oh my god, isn't this bullshit? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he turned his head and saw his younger brother and sister dragging a model boat. He didn't know where they found ribbons, but they used them as ropes and hung them on the model boat. Together, they pulled in different directions. Even when the boat was pulled down, they continued to drag it. As they walked, they made yo-yo sounds, chanting. Rushing over, Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be angry and said to the little guys, "Who told you to pull me like this?" As she spoke, she glanced at the maidservants and male handymen who were taking care of her. The few of them were frightened. A courageous maidservant explained, "Little young master, didn't you say that we should let little young master and little young mistress play whatever they want? That's not the way to play. You have to tell them that the purpose of playing is to learn, not to exhaust their strength. At this time, you have to tell them the rules of carrying the log. If 8 people can't carry a log, then 6 people can change. If 6 people can't carry it, then 4 people can change. Let them gradually understand the importance of unity during the process of playing." Zhang Xiaobao finally said the reason why he was angry. Only then did the maidservants feel relieved. It wasn't that they were not allowed to play, but that they were missing a step. At this time, the little guys also stopped. Their eyes looked at the most powerful brother in their hearts. Wang Wan's younger sister, little Zhu, pulled the rope on her shoulders twice and sang, "Hey yo hey yo." "Okay, I'll let you guys pull at the swimming pool on the boat in a while." Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the little guy's way of doing things. If he directly told them to be united, they wouldn't understand. They would understand after a while. Xiao Bei tried hard to take off the rope on her body and give it to her brother. She cried out anxiously. When Zhang Xiaobao took the rope in his hand and pulled the boat up by himself, the little guys looked at their brother with eyes full of worship. Zhang Xiaobao enjoyed this kind of worship very much. He said to the maidservants, "Cooperate with them and let them know how to use their strength." The maidservants took the other ropes one by one and each found a direction and began to pull. Sure enough, they couldn't pull. Wang Wan cooperated and came in front of Zhang Xiaobao. She pulled with all her strength and said, "Please do this with me." "I'll do this with you." If the maidservants still didn't know what to do, they would have been kicked out of the inner courtyard. In order to let the little guys understand, the group talked and walked at the same time. This time, the little ones understood. After their brother and sister walked one round, they all took over and shouted, "Please do the same with me," and pulled the boat up together. However, after pulling a few steps, they thought of something even more interesting. Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother asked the others to stop first. He pulled by himself and sang, pull the radish, I-O, pull the radish, remember, take them to play like this in the future. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the little guy's serious faces and said to the maidservants with a smile. This scene happened to be seen by the three old men who came out of the cabin. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy making wontons and left, Old Man Pai said to Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao, see. This is the real education. Don't look at how good the schools and academies of the Zhang family and Wang family are. They don't show their real ability at all. When the children grow up and start learning, as long as they learn something, they can understand it according to their previous experience. Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao had to admit that the education of the Zhang family and Wang family was indeed different from others, but it was the best. Now that you mention it, I also remember that the children of other families are told not to do this and not to do that, but the children of the Zhang family and Wang family have never been told that. They are always told what to do or demonstrated when they can't do it well. This won't do, I have to write this down. In the future, when I educate my descendants, I'll write a copy and send it to the palace. I've decided to keep an eye on the children. The Zhang and Wang families always give the children the best things. The best place to sleep, the best food, the best toys, and the best education. As long as the children aren't stupid to death, then they'll all be talents. Old Man Yao also agreed and was ready to shift his attention from Xiao Bao and Wang Wan to the children. This decision was not wrong. After lunch, in the afternoon, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao gave each of the children a set of drawing tools. It was the kind of drawing tools with big circles and small circles. Different small circles were placed in different big circles. No matter how they scribbled inside, they could draw all kinds of beautiful circles or ovals. There were also crayons of different colors. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also accompanied them. Wang Wan took a drawing clip and sketched with charcoal strips. Zhang Xiaobao used a brush to draw mountains and rivers. Even the servant girls who served them had changed into simple and elegant clothes. They were either writing or grinding. All of a sudden, a unique atmosphere appeared. The children, who had slept for an hour, wanted to play. When they saw their older brother, sister, and the people who usually played with them there doing almost the same thing, they changed their original thoughts and picked up their toys to draw. As they drew, Wang Wan's younger sister did not use tools. She only held a crayon and copied her older sister, drawing whatever she saw. No one made a sound. They were all quietly doing their own things. The three old men who had eaten a lot of wontons walked out of the cabin and saw a scene with a special charm in the mountains and rivers. This kind of scene was not something they could bear to destroy. Just by looking, they felt a sense of tranquility in their hearts. Why do I feel a little scared when I look at them? Old Man Chang whispered. He found that what he saw was not a group of children, but a silent battlefield. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of horses stood with spears in their hands. What a powerful aura! This is what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo meant when they said that the environment affects people. Remember, children are often affected by the environment. Old Man Pai said with emotion. The three people quietly walked closer. Old Man Pai had long known about Wang Wan's special drawing method. The people or things she drew were as real as they could be. However, he did not like it, because he felt that it lacked the abstract charm that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had described. However, Wang Wan did not only draw like this. She drew well, and the other drawing method he taught her was also good. Zhang Xiaobao was worse. This was compared to Wang Wan. Compared to other children of the same age, he was still better. The maidservants' drawing and writing were average. After all, they were usually busy with other things and did not have much energy to devote to it. Being able to draw and write was not a skill that ordinary maidservants could possess. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's maidservants could do it. The little ones' drawing toys were not bad. He did not know what they were thinking, but no matter how hard they tried, they would always be able to draw a beautiful picture. The most interesting one was Xiao Zhu. She actually did not use that toy to draw. Could it be that she wanted to draw something like a cuckoo? This was drawn by Xiao Zhu. Old Man Bai quietly moved closer and began to be evaluated by the people around him. As he watched, he arrived behind Wang Wan's sister, little Zhu. When he saw that she wasn't using any tools and was only holding a specially made crayon in her hand, he thought that she was just randomly drawing. In the end, when he saw little Zhu lying down and drawing, he was finally moved. If this drawing was placed in the academy, anyone who drew it would give the lowest rating. It was really too bad. There was only a rough outline, and the water and trees in the drawing only looked like water and trees. Especially that water, the ups and downs were too bad. The trees were not bad, and one could see the branches. However, this drawing was drawn by a child who was more than 1 year old and less than 2 years old. Furthermore, she used a thick crayon and matched the drawing with similar colors. This was not a simple matter. At this time, Xiao Zhu was worrying about the color of a stone. The stone was yellow, but it was not yellow, and it was not green. The yellow stone had light green moss on it. How could this color match? The crayon did not have a light green color. Old Man Zhang and Old Man Yao also came over. When the 3 old men saw that Xiao Zhu had to match the color, they were all worried. Xiao Zhu first used a dark cyan crayon to paint the approximate position, then used a yellow crayon to paint another layer, turning it into a light cyan with a hint of green. Chapter 600. Old Man Pai was excited to see this, so he moved forward and carefully looked at Xiao Zhu's drawing. Suddenly, he couldn't help but say, "Xiao Zhu, this place should be lightly brushed all the way to the end, not brushed over one stroke after another." Xiao Zhu was shocked. She turned around and saw the Old Man Pai behind her. She knew him, so she calmed down with a puzzled expression. She didn't even understand what Old Man Pai was saying. "It should be like this. Look, I'll draw it for you." Old Man Pai grabbed Xiao Zhu's crayon and brushed it according to his idea. There was a sound that couldn't be heard, and the crayon broke. That stroke was actually half a foot long. Old Man Pai looked at the half-broken crayon in his hand and the drawing in a daze. Xiao Zhu, on the other hand, stared blankly for a moment before bursting into tears. The crayon was broken, and so was the drawing. Only then did Old Man Bai remember that the other party had used a crayon and not a writing brush. In a fluster, he began to comfort Xiao Zhu. Old Man Zhang and Old Man Yao also knew that Old Man Bai had gotten himself into trouble. It was fine if this stroke was done well, but it ended up like this. How old was Xiao Zhu? She didn't know how to endure and compromise. Her drawing was ruined, and her crayon was also broken. She was usually very careful when she used it, as it was given to her by her brother and sister. So she took up her weapon and wept. At this moment, the special atmosphere was broken. The surrounding people all stopped and turned their eyes to Xiao Zhu. Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and explained, "I just wanted to teach Xiao Zhu how to draw, but the crayon broke, and there was also a mark on the drawing. This matter, sigh." Wang Wan smiled and came over to look at her sister's drawing. And, not bad. She had improved from last time. She hugged her sister and comforted her. Broken, pen, woo. He's bad, Xiao Zhu cried as she saw her family. She pointed at Old Man Pai and complained. Zhang Xiaobao took a small knife and came over as well. Old Man Pai began to say to him, I saw that Xiao Zhu's drawing was not bad, so I wanted to take her in as a student. I never thought that things would turn out like this. Why didn't you pay more attention to her? If you knew that she was so good at drawing, you should have found her a good teacher. Grandpa Bai, last month, Cuckoo and I found out that Xiao Zhu is still young, so it's not suitable to find a teacher to teach her. We'll let her slowly draw by herself. When she's older, if she still has this interest, then we'll talk about it again. Sometimes, Cuckoo will let her watch her draw, and she's learned a lot. Grandpa Bai, don't think that it's just crayons. If you really practice it well, your drawing won't be worse than drawing with charcoal or a brush. When you draw, as long as you have a soul, it doesn't matter what kind of brush you use. Grandpa Bai, take your time and leave the rest to me. Zhang Xiaobao was raising his younger siblings according to his own education philosophy. He had to wait until they were at least 3.5 years old before he could teach them specifically. At this age, a child's interest was very unstable. If he really forced them to teach, it would easily cause the child to have reverse psychology and escape emotions. Good intentions would spoil things. Holding a small knife, he went over and gently scraped off the long part of the drawing. He also took a clean towel and rubbed it. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. The maidservant had already brought over a new box of crayons and placed it in Xiao Zhu's hands. Xiao Zhu, who had just been crying so hard that it could shake the heavens, sobbed twice before immediately changing into a smiling face. Choosing the color she wanted to use, she waved her small hands at her brother and sister in a beautiful manner. The disaster could be considered over. The after effect was that Xiao Zhu always looked at Old Man Pai with a vigilant gaze, as if Old Man Pai was a heinous villain. The atmosphere just now was broken, and it was gone forever. The little ones became lively, chattering in words that only they could understand. Each of them showed their own drawing to their brother and sister. After hearing a word of praise, they would be happy for a long time. Old Man Pai retreated with an awkward expression. He said to Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao, who were trying hard to hold back their laughter, "See. This is the education of the Zhang family and Wang family. They are not even 2 years old and they can draw such a drawing. What will they do when they are a year old?" But even so, the Zhang family and Wang family are still not satisfied. They want to see it again. Old Man Chang nodded and said, "I saw it, but this kind of education method is not something an ordinary family can use. Especially that kind of aura just now, there is no need to deliberately do it. Just find a few servants and they can create it. Let alone a rich family, can the palace maids in the imperial palace do it? This is only the part that has been revealed. There are still methods that have not been revealed. If you want to learn, you don't know how long it will take. What if they teach the children until they are 15 years old? Do you want to learn for 15 years? Even if Old Man Chang did not have a prominent identity like Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao, he knew that from the education of the Zhang family and Wang family's children, he could see how powerful they were. Li Sun, who was also full, came over at this time and interrupted, "So, if you want to understand, you have to ask clearly. You can't just look. Otherwise, even if you learn, you may not be able to understand the meaning." The Zhang family and Wang family are the kind of people that have always been imitated, but never surpassed. When I have children in the future, I will find Xiaobao and Cuckoo to teach. Whatever they know, I will learn. Then, other than Xiaobei and the others, no one can compare. After leaving the land, the people brought by Old Man Yao began to feel uncomfortable again. They were not like Old Man Pai's people, who had experienced many things. When they went to Shuzhou, they were already uncomfortable for a long time. Fortunately, they were able to reach the shore in the capital at that time. Now, they were in a hurry. As long as the ship's supplies were enough, they would move forward without stopping. The ones who were least affected were the little ones. Usually, their range of activities was not large. They were always in the yard. Occasionally, they would be carried out for a walk. They also brought their houses, which were specially set aside for them on the ship. There was a small swimming pool, a sand pile, and any toy they got could be played for a long time. Moreover, they were provided with a lot of toys and games. The most important thing was that they could play with their brothers and sisters for a while every day. When the fleet was less than a month away from the destination, the fastest ship in the vanguard had already arrived at Chengdu. The people on the ship immediately got busy as soon as they came ashore. This time, the person in charge was Su Si, the person from the Gu family who bought the firecrackers in Sanshui County. Once he came ashore with a heavy responsibility, he found 2 people to protect him and rode quickly in the direction of Shuangliu County. Su Si rode on the horse with a determined expression. The young master and young lady of the main family had given a death order. This time, they could only succeed and could not fail. Since the main family directly handed the money to him at the market by the small bridge in Sanshui County, he was determined to serve the main family to the death. People said that an army was trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. He had been raised for a few years, so it was time to use it. The small things he did before were all training. This time, he heard from the members of the Zero team that this was a matter of life and death. No matter what, he had to do it well. The 3 riders only took 2 hours to arrive at the county yamen of Shuangliu County. Shuangliu County was also a middle county. There were yamen runners standing at the entrance. As soon as the 3 riders arrived, the yamen runners' eyes fell on the 3 people who jumped off the horse. "Who are you?" One of the 4 yamen runners who were guarding the door stood out and asked loudly with his eyes wide open. Su Si took out something from his arms and handed it over. "Give this to your county magistrate Tian and registrar Wang. I want to see them immediately." "You little fool. You want to see them? Tell me your name." The yamen runner didn't take the thing in Su Si's hand at all. It was a piece of cloth with a very awkward-looking rice seedling embroidered on it. The rice seedling actually had arms and was holding a sign with the word G written on it. Su Si didn't have time to waste with the yamen runner. He directly replied, "My name is Su Si. I'm from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. I'm a 5-star deacon." "What inner courtyard deacon?" "The master is busy. Wait at the gatehouse. Look at the broken thing you're holding. Even if you're anxious, you can't write the wrong words." The yamen runner curled his lips and straightforwardly refused. "This isn't about being anxious. It's about being anxious. Quickly report it. Otherwise, if something happens, you can't bear the responsibility." "Humph." Su Si's face became serious and threatened. The yamen runner still wanted to say something, but another yamen runner behind him pulled him back. This yamen runner was afraid of delaying things. The county magistrate was different from the previous ones. He did things neatly and efficiently. If there was really an urgent matter that delayed things, then he would be guilty. It was fine to report it. If he didn't know who the county magistrate was, then it wouldn't be too late to deal with him. The yamen runner held back his anger and said, "Wait." Then he hurried in. When he arrived at the study, the county magistrate Tian was discussing something with the registrar Wang. Hearing the knock on the door, Tian frowned and said, "Come in." "Sir, there's a person outside who wants to see you and the registrar Wang. This is what he brought." His tone is harsh. It seems that he doesn't take you seriously at all. The Yamen runner took his revenge and presented the thing in his hand as he spoke. When the county magistrate Tian and the registrar Wang saw the cloth embroidered with the rice seedling, they were stunned. This thing was very familiar to them. It was a rice seedling. But the words on it made them blush. What happened to the head of the Zhang family? Why did he take out a rice seedling to test them? It was obvious that he didn't trust the two of them. Sir, don't be angry. I can see that they are not good people. I'll go and deal with them now. The Yamen runner who was observing the two thought that they were angry and immediately added. Bullshit. Open the main door for me. The Yamen runners are waiting on both sides to welcome me. Am I, Tian, an ungrateful person? Someone, bring me the clothes I wore when I was studying. I'm the strong grass. County Magistrate Tian scolded the Yamen runner and immediately started to prepare. Wang was stunned and said, Brother Tian, can you lend me some extra clothes? There's no time. Half an hour later, Su Si and the other two people who were waiting outside the Yamen saw the door creak open. Two people walked out. They were wearing civilian clothes embroidered with the words Jianjia. Chapter 601. The Zhang family has orders, Su Si shouted as soon as he saw the two of them. Tian, Wang, receives the orders, County Magistrate Tian and Registrar Wang responded loudly. Su Si spoke naturally, and so did the two of them. However, this made the others feel uneasy. What kind of Zhang family was this? How could they be more powerful than the officials from the imperial court? Not only did the two old masters open the main door to welcome them, but they were also so respectful. Could it be that the people who came were more powerful than the imperial court? Who didn't know what the two old masters had been doing recently? They made the lives of the common people better and gave the people in the Yamen more money. With such ability, even Shangguan had to accompany them with a smile the last time he came. Now that he met three people, he became so obedient. Not only the Yamen runners, but the common people who passed by also saw their old masters dressed like this and were so sincere. They all gathered around curiously, wanting to see what was going on. Could it be that they were coerced by someone? Then they had to help. Tian and Wang didn't care what others thought of them. They knew who gave them a good life when they were studying, who gave them the status they had today, and who helped them solve their problems. What they did this time wasn't just to respect the Zhang family, but also to respect themselves. People couldn't be without conscience. At the very least, they had to let the Zhang family know that next time they were asked to do something, they didn't have to take out the rice seedlings and just write the word order. The two of them thought this and did this. Together, they brought the cloth over. Tian said, if the head of the Zhang family orders us, we don't dare to disobey. Please take it back. When Su Si took the cloth, Wang immediately said, please come in. Let's talk inside. Su Si and the other two were welcomed in by the two people in the crowd. After an hour of discussion, the three of them came out again. They mounted their horses and hurried to the next place, Guangdu County, where there were still two officials. After the three of them left, a notice was posted in Shuangliu County. The content was very simple. It said that if they wanted to brew better wine, they would buy grain from the county and the surrounding counties. They also invited grain stores and grain merchants to cooperate. After the good wine was brewed, they would share the profits together. Previously, the matter of purchasing raw lacquer and caring for the people's livelihood had already made the people recognize the two lords of Shuangliu County. Now that there was a new business, all the merchants with grain came over one after another. A day later, there was news that Guangdu County had gathered a large number of mules to form a large caravan for the convenience of merchants. They were preparing to travel on the tea and horse road after the autumn harvest. The 2 consecutive announcements, which were good news for the commoners and merchants, attracted a lot of people. People who had mules and food sent them to the 2 counties. On the second day after Su Si arrived in Chengdu, he once again rushed to Idyll. Along the way, he sent out deposits and ordered a large amount of charcoal and leather from the relevant shops. No one knew what the people who took flying money were doing, but if there was money, they had to earn it. If there wasn't enough charcoal, they would burn it. If there wasn't enough leather, they would raise the price to encourage hunters to hunt. When the large fleet of Zhang family and Wang family arrived in Idyll, the advance team had already begun to pacify the people in Idyll. There was nothing else on the mountain, but there was a lot of bamboo and all kinds of wild animals. Apart from the high mountains that couldn't be climbed due to ice and snow, the lower mountains had already been occupied by the locals. Su Si, in the name of a merchant, used the salt and cloth he brought this time to trade for bamboo with the locals. The price he set was very high. In addition to bamboo, there were also various kinds of wood that had to be cut down according to the requirements. They had to be cut down at the designated places. No matter where the locals cut down the wood, as long as they could exchange it for necessities, they were willing to do it. After cutting down the wood for 2 days, they found that after cutting down the places the merchant had asked them to cut down, there were actually roads. When the fleet of Zhang family and Wang family arrived in Idyll, it was already the end of summer. After traveling for more than 2 months, everyone was already tired of sitting on the boat. Only Xiaobei and the others were still as happy as ever. Zhang Zhong's arrival was very low-key. He tried his best not to let others know. However, it was impossible for such a large fleet to not let others know. Those who heard some information about Zhang Zhong all guessed what was going on. When Zhang Zhong, who was preparing to continue upward, stood on the deck and looked toward the shore, the people also gathered and pointed at him. Before others knew the situation, news spread from Shuangliu County in Guangdu County that Zhang Zhong had been demoted. He was demoted from the provincial governor of the upper province to the provincial governor of the lower province. It was said that the Zhang family had made too much money and had offended someone they shouldn't have. Furthermore, they also told the local people that if Zhang Zhong's fleet wanted to sell anything, they must ask for more money. This was because the Zhang family was rich. It would be unreasonable if they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to earn more money from the Zhang family. If this news was said by ordinary people, perhaps not many people would believe it. However, it wasn't said by ordinary people. It was said by the county magistrate and the registrar of the 2 counties. This time, everyone was prepared to make a lot of money. Zhang Zhong didn't disappoint the local people. He really began to buy a lot of supplies along the way, especially vegetable oil. He bought as much as he could, and the price was raised again and again. By the time the fleet was about to reach Yingzhou, the price of vegetable oil had tripled. This made the seller of vegetable oil feel embarrassed. It was really too much of a bully. Zhang Zhong also pretended to be wronged, making people feel that he was unlucky to be demoted to a poor place like Yingzhou. Moreover, it was a situation where the local people wouldn't cooperate. Old Man Pai and the other 2 old men were also anxious. They originally thought that the Zhang family would buy a lot of food when they arrived here so that they could use it for logistics. They didn't expect that they would collect vegetable oil. How could they not be hungry after eating this? Even if they weren't hungry, they would have diarrhea if they ate too much. If it weren't for the fear of the 2 experts of the Zhang family to a certain extent, the 3 old men would have really gone crazy from anxiety. It was completely different from what they had originally imagined. What does the Zhang family mean? Are they still not satisfied? The people of the Ministry of Works have agreed to let them open the salt pans. They have also exempted a lot of taxes. Once the matter is settled, the elders of the Zhang family will also have corresponding official positions. Why don't they organize logistics? Old Man Yao had only been in contact with the Zhang family and the Wang family for a short time, so he didn't know the style of the two families. He also didn't know that the Zhang family and the Wang family could ignore other things, but they would definitely take care of logistics. He hadn't eaten well for 2 days in a row. He wanted to know what the Zhang family and the Wang family were thinking. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Since the Zhang family has agreed, they won't let us down. If the Zhang family can't do it, no one in the Tang Empire can. Otherwise, why would the emperor send the Zhang family to Yingzhou? They are like the 56 members of the Zero team of the Zhang family. They are the most elite. The Zhang family is also the Tang Empire, or rather, the emperor's elite. If it weren't for the fact that there was no concrete evidence this time and that he didn't want to provoke a bigger war, the emperor would never send the Zhang family here. It's so good to build a place. They can raise the rent and taxes everywhere and let the people live a good life. The emperor has no other choice. Even if there was another person who could reach half of the logistical organization of the Zhang family, the emperor wouldn't send the Zhang family to this unstable place. Do you think that anyone can and dares to build the Yangtze River Bridge? Old Man Pai comforted Old Man Yao, but he was not sure. If he didn't know that the Zhang family had always been bold and unconstrained, he would also go crazy. Why would they collect vegetables, oil, and grain? Grain was the most important thing. They had asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan several times, but the two of them were at a loss. Seeing that they had arrived in Idyll, Wang Wan played with her brother and sister for a while. Then she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I think it's a loss for the country that you didn't go to military school for a few years and serve the army. Your plan reminds me of Operation Ghost Shadow in Calais during World War II. Without Operation Ghost Shadow in Calais, there wouldn't have been Operation Sea King in Normandy. If this operation had succeeded, it would have been written in the annals of Chinese war." Of course, Li Longji's evaluation of his life had also added one more thing to it, and that was to know how to make good use of people. "Xiaobao, what I want to know the most right now is, why are you collecting so much vegetable oil? I don't think you'll spend a lot of ammunition and electrons to paralyze the enemy like Operation Ghost Shadow in World War II. That's not you, Zhang Xiaobao. You're better at scheming than Eisenhower and Montgomery, and the enemy isn't as capable as Rommel. Tell me, or we'll sleep in separate beds." "Thank you. Can you keep it a secret?" Zhang Xiaobao was a little embarrassed by the praise. He lowered his head and asked with a slightly red face. "Yes," Wang Wan said with certainty. I can do it too." Zhang Xiaobao became more and more shy. "Separate. I want to live separately from you. You can live in the mountains." When Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family's teams really arrived in Idyll, the three old men suddenly realized that the things they saw were different from what they had imagined. The people in this place, who had always been difficult to deal with, actually came to greet them. Could this be the charisma that Xiaobao and Cuckoo talked about? Why did the people come out and greet them with a smile? No, that's not right. Wang Wan also sighed at Zhang Xiaobao's arrangements in advance. After her eyes swept around, she selectively forgot about other people and only focused on the two animals in the cage. "Xiaobao, Panda, look, they're so fun. They're looking at me. Let them out and let Xiaobei and the others play with them," Wang Wan said excitedly to Zhang Xiaobao. "Forget it. Do you think pandas only eat bamboo? Pandas are omnivores, okay? You want Xiaobei and the others to feed pandas." There were a lot of reports before that people thought pandas were cute and ate bamboo. In the end, they foolishly went over and got bitten. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that the cage contained domesticated pandas and quickly dispelled Wang Wan's idea. "Who said that?" I also heard that wild pandas often go to the farmer's house to eat and play with their children. Unfortunately, the farmer poisoned the pandas for money and sentenced them to death. If pandas come to our house to eat, I'll definitely make the best food for them. Wang Wan really didn't dare to let pandas play with Xiaobei and the others. She wasn't without common sense. Pandas like to eat bamboo with little fiber, not other people's food. Unless there's not enough bamboo and there's no other way, they'll eat other things. Let's go. We still need to use the local people for our later plans. Let's go and greet them. Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked forward. Chapter 602. According to the census records, there were 4,422 people in Idyll. It had not been checked for several years, so no one knew whether it was more or less. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought they would see new clothes, but when they saw the locals, they found that the clothes they wore were similar to what they had seen along the way. However, it was a little difficult to communicate with them. Most of the people did not speak official language, unlike the two of them, who could speak many languages, including dialects. The locals usually had a lot of contact with the outside world, so they spoke fluent official language and praised Zhang Zhong endlessly. Why do I feel that his words sound like a routine? It should be that when he meets an official, he will say that formalism is not good. Zhang Xiaobao hoped that the other party would really praise his father. They don't know who your father is. It's good to say conventional words and not offend them. When the Red Army crossed the snow mountain, there was a mountain here. When they settled down, they went up to take a look. Is it really so cold? Can it freeze people halfway through their journey? Wang Wan took a few deep breaths and found that it was not uncomfortable. There was no altitude sickness as she had imagined. Zhang Xiaobao also looked around and found that Li Sun, who was standing next to him, seemed to have thought of something and looked excited. He knew that he did not need to worry for the time being. He looked at the mountain in the distance and said, the Red Army probably didn't have much time to stay and had no strength to walk, so they froze to death on the mountain. The most important thing was that many people didn't know how to survive on the snow mountain and couldn't find such thick clothes. It's good that Huzi and others can climb up the mountain. The two sides talked to each other for a while and began to walk to the government office. Looking at the road under their feet, all the people who came for the first time felt sorry for the locals. It seemed that it should have rained yesterday or the day before. In addition, the water here had been heavy. When they stepped on it and lifted it again, they immediately sank a few kilograms and were covered in mud. The oldest members of Zhang Zhong's and Wang's families, as well as the three old men of Old Man Pai's families, enjoyed the treatment of sliding poles. Zhang Zhong refused to be carried by others. He was used to exercising, so he found a stick to support himself. Along the way, he chatted with the locals. It was not known that he was here to organize the logistics, but he was also preparing to understand the situation of the locals so that he could help improve their lives. The locals had no choice but to cooperate and answer. They did not expect any official to let them live a good life. Generations of people had long been used to such things. Wait. Old Man Pai sat on the pole. Just as the people carrying the boat were about to start moving, he was told to stop. He looked at the big boat docked at the shore and waited. What is Long Zhe looking at? Old Man Yao saw that Old Man Pai had stopped. He also shouted to stop and turned his head to ask. Xiao Bei and the others are still on the boat. Zhang Zhong's and Wang's families will not throw the children away. Let's see how they are going. Old Man Pai pointed at the boat and said curiously. This time, Old Man Chang also stopped. The three old men waited together. Not long after, the children's house was taken down from the boat. However, it was different from what they had seen before. Below the house was not a shelf that was raised off the ground, nor was it the big wheel that they had seen before. It was also not the small wheel that was pushed around in the yard. The house was replaced with a large chassis. The house was in the middle of the chassis. There were 4 people standing on the left and right sides of the house. Below the board that dragged the house was something that the 3 old men did not recognize. It should be a series of iron plates that were connected together horizontally, forming an oval chain that connected the front and back of the house. In the middle of the chain, connected by small iron plates, there was an iron wheel with a groove. The 8 of them found their places and sat down, holding the handle with their hands, just like when they saw people staring at the propeller in the Sanshui River. As the 8 old men moved, the chain rotated and rolled forward section by section. Under such circumstances, the house also moved. When it encountered a small groove, it was not adjusted and directly rolled over. After passing the 3 old men's poles, there was not the slightest obstruction when it went up the slope, even if the ground was muddy. This time, there was no moving balance. It was probably too heavy to be used on the current road. The children were fixed at the window position and curiously looked out. Did you see it? Did you see it? The best things in their house were all used on the children. Who has seen this thing before? This time, if it wasn't for the children needing it, when would we have seen it? Sure enough. Old Man Bai looked at the house and pointed at Old Man Zhang and Old Man Yao as he said this to Old Man Yao when he saw the house being forcefully pushed up the slope that was strenuous for people to walk on. Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao nodded blankly. They saw it. The house of the children only lacked a pair of wings. With wings, it would not be strange if they could fly tomorrow. It seemed that all the technology of the Zhang family and Wang family was reflected in this house. What kind of terrain could this house not adapt to? This was a difficult road to travel. That was called the power system not being able to keep up. Otherwise, with the addition of the moving balance, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a divine car or a divine house. It's just that the speed is a little slow. It would be better if it could be faster. Old Man Chang looked for a while and concluded. That's because it uses the technology of small gears to drive large gears. This way, the people on top can save energy. Look at the chain carefully. There are thorns on it. It should be specially prepared for muddy roads. Follow it. Old Man Pai looked at it and found that it was too far away. He called out and the people carrying the poles started to walk towards the house. It was not only the 3 old men who were surprised. It was the first time that the local people had seen a house that could move. Each and every one of them looked back from time to time. The more they looked, the more curious they became. The soldiers in charge of transporting food and weapons were also shocked by the house. At the same time, they wondered if they should make a few more of those things. If they took down the house and put the weapons and food on it, it would not be as tiring as it was now. The 3 old men chased the poles all the way. Finally, when the house encountered a narrow area and slowly adjusted its direction, they caught up. They also saw Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao beside it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were standing on the slope and directing the direction. The slope was also very muddy, but the 2 of them did not slide down. After the direction was adjusted, the house continued to move forward. Old Man Pai called out, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, come here. Grandpa has something to ask. It's too tiring. This chassis is not good. When I go back, I have to study it carefully. When will the tanks and bulldozers not be able to change directions? Cuckoo, I'll give you a task. Make the gasoline engine." Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan as he walked towards Old Man Pai. "No problem. Just wait. What's the big deal about the gasoline engine? I'll make an aero engine. When the time comes, we'll fly in the sky." Do you want a 3-stage rocket? Launch a sky full of satellites to specifically monitor the ground. Wang Wan replied unhappily. Grandpa Bai, are you not feeling well? Then I'll immediately find a doctor for you. Zhang Xiaobao very wisely stopped talking to Wang Wan. He approached Old Man Pai and observed the 3 old men's expressions. Old Man Pai's eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's shoes. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, he nodded and said, Yes, I'm not feeling well. My heart hurts. Someone had something good and didn't even tell me. My heart, isn't it cold? Zhang Xiaobao continued and lifted one of his feet. Short nail shoes. They're good for gripping the ground. You don't have to worry about the ground being slippery. Do you want me to make a pair for you? What's with Xiao Bei's house? Old Man Pai really couldn't guess how much technology Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had yet to reveal. Whether or not they revealed new technology depended on whether it was needed or not. However, they might not need it now, but did it mean that other people didn't need it? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the house in front of him that was stuck at a turning point. He said in annoyance, the technology is not mature yet. Look, it's stuck. When the technology is mature, we'll think of a way to apply it elsewhere. Grandpa Bai, don't worry. My family doesn't keep this a secret. My family only keeps technology that is not directly related to the people's lives and national strength a secret. Zhang Xiaobao indeed didn't have any intention of keeping this chain a secret. Even if he wanted to research it, he probably wouldn't be able to use it in a short period of time. First of all, the iron for this chain was too expensive. It wasn't worth it unless the iron smelting industry caught up. Old Man Pai was satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's words. His heart wasn't cold anymore. He carefully observed Zhang Xiaobao's shoes. There are nails in front of your shoes. Yes, if there were nails in the back, it would be tiring. It's very convenient for hiking. When we settle down, I'll give you a pair for you to play with. Zhang Zhong didn't care about the team at home. Naturally, there were people from the inner courtyard looking after them. He asked about the local grain harvest, what they lacked in daily life, and health problems. Every time a local answered, Zhang Zhong would remember it in his heart. When they settled down, he would let his son and daughter-in-law think of a way to solve it. He was very clear that he didn't have the ability. He knew it by listening to the locals' answers. Every year, they would plant some millets in the relatively flat areas at the foot of the mountain and plant vegetables on the hillside. When the year was good, they would have a harvest. Some of it would be left for themselves to eat, and some of it would be carried out to trade for salt. Their clothes were made of hemp that they planted. If the year was bad, it would be washed away by heavy rain for a few days. They didn't raise chickens, ducks, or pigs at home. They would go to the mountains to hunt. When they returned, the meat would be eaten. The skin would be made into clothes, or similarly, they would be taken down the mountain to trade for daily necessities. Other things were fine, but the road was too difficult to travel. There weren't that many boats. In the whole area, there were only 3 boats that could go down and come back. Some people relied on the water to fish, so they didn't dare to go down. If they were sick, they would first endure it or find some herbs to eat in the mountains. Very few people went down to the mountains to find a doctor. They didn't have the money, and it was too late. They didn't have the money, and they didn't buy anything. They just traded. If their family was in a better situation, they would have more food and fur. It would be easier for them to marry off their daughters and get a wife. All these things made Zhang Zhong feel very helpless, especially when the locals didn't spend money and only traded. He felt that he couldn't change this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't put their minds on the construction of Wingzhou at all. After the war, they would be transferred to other places. In the process of arranging logistics, they wouldn't have time to think about the people's lives. Moreover, the situation here couldn't be solved in a short time. It was unlike Lu Zhou, who had lost everything and had to be rebuilt. It was also unlike Xu Zhou, which had a good foundation. The transportation here wasn't convenient, and the things produced here weren't valuable. This was especially so when it came to the thoughts of the local people. Were they really willing to go down the mountain and interact more with the people outside? If they liked and were used to the current life, could they force them to accept another way of life? The road went by while Zhang Zhong was thinking about doing practical things for the people, and Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about how to arrange logistics. Fortunately, the provincial government office of Wingzhou was not too far away from the disembarkation point. Perhaps the officials in the past had also considered the problem of travel. The prefecture city of Wingzhou was very small. It was sandwiched between two mountains and was surrounded by a small plain terrain. A river flowed not far from the city. The adobe city wall was only 5 feet high. It was too small to call it a city, and it didn't include the plain. It was called an inner city, but such a city wall might not be able to stop the wild beasts with good jumping skills. Standing at a high point, one could see the situation in the city clearly. There were messy houses and trees in the city. No matter how one looked at it, there were no less than 4,000 people living in it. It was good enough that there were 400 to 500 people living in it. There was no moat in the city, let alone a drawbridge. Even the city gate was made of thick wood. It was wide open, just like the fences of ordinary farmers. There were no soldiers guarding the gate. There were not many pedestrians coming in and out. There were 2 groups of naked children, holding small sticks and small bows in their hands. They were chattering noisily. They should be playing war games. When the teams of the Zhang family and the Wang family slowly approached the city gate, the children were the first to react. They stopped what they were doing and looked at the big team with a little fear, a little restraint, and a little curiosity. Especially when the team gradually came to the house in front of them. The provincial governor is here. Go back home and tell your family to come out and welcome him. The local people in the team walked quickly to the front of the children and instructed them. The children didn't know who the provincial governor was. They only knew that there was a team that needed everyone to come out and see. They looked at the beautiful house with a little reluctance. They turned around and ran back while shouting. At this time, there was no provincial governor in Wing Prefecture. There was only a Sima and a few minor officials who were sent here. Therefore, Zhang Zhong's appointment was very smooth. There were only 6 yamen runners in the yamen. 2 of them were old and had white hair. Of the remaining 4, 1 was lame and the other 2 were boys who looked less than 15 years old. There was only one who looked good, but he stuttered when he spoke. Zhang Zhong held the rusty seal in his hand and asked the hunchbacked man next to him, Sima Fang, is this the provincial capital of Wing Prefecture? What should I do with my family? Sima Fang was very grateful to Zhang Zhong for coming. Now, he didn't have to be busy and unpleasantly busy. He didn't know what mistake Governor Zhang had made. Such a big family was actually sent to such a remote place. When he heard Zhang Zhong's question, his whole body trembled and he coughed for a while. After he caught his breath, he replied, Governor Zhang has seen everything in the provincial capital. The locals are divided into villages. Usually, things are solved by the villages themselves. Very few people come to the yamen to do things. Of course, when the yamen has something to do, it can't ask the local people to do it. If we want to build a river dam, we have to go to each village to discuss it. When they are free, we can send a few people to help. Half of your family is taken care of. We can tear down the wall on the west side and build a house for you. After the house is repaired, we can build another wall further away. I see that there are many people in your family. I think you don't need the people of the villages. Oh, if you want to eat some delicacies, send someone to the villages nearby to tell them. They are kind enough to send some freshly hunted beasts for you to taste. Zhang Zhong was speechless. What did this mean? Being the county magistrate in Sanshui County was 100 times better than being the provincial governor in Wing Prefecture. At least, he could see the yamen runners and riders in Sanshui County at any time. Now, the 6 of them were ready to retire. After thinking carefully about the position of the provincial governor in Wing Prefecture, Zhang Zhong patted Sima Fang's shoulder and said, "Sima, you have worked hard." Sima Fang was so moved that his eyes turned red. Finally, there was someone who could understand his difficulties. It was not easy. Zhang Zhong sighed with emotion for a while. He still had to do what he had to do. At least the house had to be repaired. Otherwise, where would he live? Fortunately, his family was different from the other officials. He came out with a total of 11 people from the yamen. After giving the order, the people from Zhang family and Wang family started to work. Tents were set up one by one. Groups of people went out. Some were responsible for repairing the road to the river, while others went up the mountain to cut trees. Half of the members of Team Zero went out with crossbows in their hands and disposable shotguns on their waists. They stayed at the surrounding commanding heights and observed back and forth with binoculars. The families of Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao also came to help. Everyone knew that they could not count on others at this time. The people in the village only listened to orders but did not listen. The cooks of the Zhang family also dug holes and set up pots to cook. Everything seemed to be in order. This time, not only the 11 people in the yamen, but also the people who were watching the fun were moved. They did not know what was good manners. They only knew that the new official brought people who were not ordinary. They did not need to be specially instructed. They all went to find their own jobs. They were busy but not disorderly. The people in the village had to wait for others to arrange things for them to do well. This large group of people settled down under their eyes. What was the new official's job? A war general. While the others were busy, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had nothing to do. The people from the 2 families did not need to be instructed. They could quickly take over all the positions in Luoyang. It would be embarrassing if they could not do such a small thing well. Originally, the 2 of them had planned to draw a military map of this place. Seeing that there was no place to stay, they decided to wait for a few days. There was no war here. What they needed to do now was to build a good relationship with the locals. Even if they did not plan to stay here for too long, they might be able to use them when organizing logistics in the future. Under the protection of more than 10 guards, the 2 of them called the 7 children out of the house and prepared to take them to be close to the people. Candy and salt were already prepared. Lu, Xan, Wei Wei, and Young Man also joined in. Li Sun wanted to join in the fun, but he was arranged to rest immediately so that he could adapt to the weather as soon as possible. There was a doctor beside him. As long as Li Sun showed any signs of discomfort, he would immediately be treated. After arriving at a new place, the children were clearly a little afraid. When they saw their elder brothers and sisters beside them, they regained their usual liveliness. They held hands and ran behind their elder brothers and sisters. When the children who were playing near the city gate saw a group of people come out of the group, including even younger children, their wild nature forgot their fear. They also went up to them and stood very close to them. They curiously sized up the group of people, especially the clothes Zhang Xiaobao and the others were wearing. The children were envious. Even if they were ignorant, they knew that the clothes were expensive. Xiao Bei, I'll leave this difficult task to you. Zhang Xiaobao pulled his sister out and grabbed a handful of candy, indicating that he wanted Xiao Bei to give it to them. Ever since Xiao Bei gave candy to De Nan and Xiao Nan, she liked this activity. She often gave things to others in kindergarten, so she was very popular. When she saw the candy that her brother took out, she immediately knew what to do. She put her two small hands together, held the candy, and trotted to the group of children who were older than her. As expected, the children were not afraid. "Candy, please eat candy." Xiao Bei raised her arms and raised her small face, seriously inviting them. The children were really not afraid of trouble like other children. When they saw this little girl give things to them, even if they didn't understand what she was saying, they knew that the candy in her hands was edible. This was because the other people who hadn't come over yet were eating. The person closest to Xiao Bei took a piece and followed Zhang Xiaobao's example. He peeled off the outer layer and put the inside into his mouth. When he tasted the sweetness, his eyes immediately narrowed. He flattened the candy wrapper in his hand and pinched it carefully. He had a blissful look on his face. The other children also came over to take the candy, one for each person. When the candy in Xiao Bei's hand was almost finished, there were only 2 pieces left. No one came over to take it. There were too many people, so Xiao Bei's small hands could only hold a few pieces. Xiao Bei, who gave out the candy, was very happy. When she saw others eating, she also wanted to eat a piece. After hesitating for a while, she suppressed the idea. Her brother and sister didn't allow her to eat too much. She had already eaten 2 pieces on the way here, so she could eat 2 more pieces today. She had to save it for tonight. After giving the candy, Xiao Bei turned around and was about to leave. The child who had eaten the candy earlier pulled her back. When Zhang Xiaobao was ready to help at any time, the child took off a necklace around his neck and put it around Xiao Bei's neck. Only then did he smile at Xiao Bei and let her leave. "What is this? Why did you put it around my Xiao Bei's neck?" "Oh, the rope is full of oil mud. How long has it been since I bathed?" "This is a tooth." "Xiao Bao, look, what kind of animal's tooth is this?" When Xiao Bei came back happily, Wang Wan pulled her closer and carefully looked at the thing around Xiao Bei's neck. She complained softly. "It should be a wolf's tooth. Maybe that child killed the wolf himself and set a trap to kill it. I don't believe that he can kill the wolf when facing it head-on. He has to wear it even if he wants to. Didn't you see that he was staring at us? If he really took it off, our friendship would be over. After we wash it, Xiao Bei will be our ambassador in the future. If we carry her and others see the thing around her neck, they will be kinder. Send the salt over. A child is half a caddy. They will know what to do." Zhang Xiaobao sized up the ornament and called out. The guard beside him brought over a small bag of salt. With Xiao Bei's help, the child was not afraid of the adults. He curiously took the small bag of salt and opened it to take a look. After pinching out some of the salt and tasting it, his face revealed an expression that was even more pleasantly surprised than when he ate the candy earlier. People who lived by the sea would not feel anything even if they were given half a ton of salt, let alone half a caddy. This was especially true in areas that used sun-dried salt, where there was no shortage of salt. However, it was different for the people here. There was well salt in Chengdu, but the good well salt was not for the local people to eat. It was sold for money. Compared to the sea salt, the taste of the well salt was different. It was much better than the sea salt, and the price was also higher. There were no salt wells in Idyll, so where could they get so much salt to eat? The children tasted the salt and found that it tasted much better than before. Some smart ones immediately knew that if they wanted to exchange fur for this small bag of salt, they would have to take out at least 5 pieces of good sheepskin. The salt they exchanged could not compare to the salt in their hands. The salt in their hands was white and fine, and there was no bitter taste in their mouths. They did not know where they found it. The children were not like the adults. They knew that some things could not be accepted. Even if they knew that they could not take other people's things for free, they could not bear to return them with the salt bag. At most, they could go home and find other things to exchange for it. The smart children said a few words to the others, held the salt bag tightly to their chests, and ran home. The other children did not dare to stay outside for too long. They were afraid that the salt in their hands would be gone, so they all ran home. Looking at their leaving figures, Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. This saves a lot of trouble. In the future, when we let them do things and exchange supplies, we don't have to worry about them being so vigilant. We have completed the first step of the long march. Yes, during the long march, in Tibet, in order to be able to have a good relationship with the local people, our army also thought of many ways. It was not easy. Should we invite the local people to have a meal together later? Wang Wan took off the necklace on Xiaobei's neck. It was too dirty. She had to wash it a few more times when she went back. This meal is not necessary. They may not be able to eat it. Think of a way to let them work. It will be easy to have a contact and an excuse to invite them to eat. Zhang Xiaobao was really unwilling to have this kind of relationship with ethnic minorities. The main reason was that he was not clear about their beliefs and rules. Good intentions could also lead to bad things. For example, if you invited a prostitute to eat pork, no matter how good you did it, it would not do. That was looking for trouble. If only there was someone to introduce the local customs first. When Zhang Xiaobao returned to the group, Old Man Pai and the other two put down their clairvoyance and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with gratification. They said, "Not bad, well done." What is this called again? This is called children's diplomacy. Other people have madam diplomacy, we have children's diplomacy. Children are always the unchanging theme of life. They represent the continuation of ideas and hope. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood and explained. He even used a new term. Then what's the matter with madam's diplomacy? Old Man Bai asked shamelessly. It is to send the daughter-in-law out to chat with other people's daughter-in-law. The madams of aristocratic families all have this ability. If they are tired and don't want to eat, they can just drink some soup later. Zhang Xiaobao had been thinking about how to distribute the food all along the way. In addition to the muddy road, he was really tired. Chapter 603. Old Man Pai really wanted to stop Zhang Xiaobao, who was preparing to rest, to ask about the logistics. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was tired, he felt that the expert should be tired too. He suppressed his anxiety and said, "After dinner, let the doctor give you a massage. You can sit on the pole together." "Okay, thank you, Grandpa Bai. I heard that there are many herbs here, and some animals can also be used as medicine. If you want to help the local people, you can set up a shop here to buy herbs. You can exchange them with salt and cloth. It's best to take the opportunity to find a few people who are willing to teach here and enlighten the people. Now we have to discuss things with others. How can we still be the land and people of the Tang Empire?" The more Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He did not blame the local people, but the officials who used to work here. They did not ask for relief supplies from the imperial court when there was a disaster, and they even had to pay tribute every year. They only wanted to get but were not prepared to pay. Now, the people were also not willing to pay. If this was a place where his father was an official, he only needed to call for help when he encountered difficulties, and the people would immediately respond to the call. For example, the donation in Wangjiang was like this. "In Idyll, no one would care about you even if you shouted until your voice was hoarse. You left a mess behind, and it was under the circumstances that there was no time to manage it. Old Man Pai also knew the situation here. There were not many people, and if they did not help, it would not be good in the long run. The Zhang family had the ability to manage. If they gave them 2 years, they would be able to make the local people better. However, the Zhang family came here to organize the logistics, not to manage the local area. There were more important tasks waiting for the Zhang family to do. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave them in a province with a population of 4,000? Xiao Bao's suggestion was good, but who would be willing to come? Thinking of this, he asked, Xiao Bao, do you think others are willing to come here to teach the people? Yes, there are. Not only that, there are many. The current court officials are allowed to have children according to their ranks. The number of children they have is also different. There are many children in aristocratic families who don't have the ability to take over the position. They can't all be illiterate, right? They couldn't be overshadowed by officials, and they didn't have a position in the clan. If they were told to come here, they would be given an official position, and they would fight to get it. Another benefit was that no matter what their position was in the clan would give them some support for the sake of face. Find 100 descendants of aristocratic families. When they see that the lives of the people here are not good, they will naturally think of a way. After 2 or 3 years of training, the hedonistic descendants will also mature. I believe that most of them will understand what is called responsibility. If such people are given an official position, there is no need to worry that they will not do well. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he didn't have the time to take care of the people in Idyll, so he found someone to take care of them. This place was so poor that no one could have any bad intentions. Once the descendants of aristocratic families came here for an official position, it was impossible for them not to develop. Old Man Pai listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words and couldn't help but nod. He knew that Xiaobao didn't have anyone to teach him this method. Xiaobao just thought of it casually. He seemed to have more insight than before. Sigh. It would be great if all the descendants of aristocratic families could be like Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They would be sensible and sensible. Go and rest. Let this old man think about it and see if this matter can be done. Old Man Pai sighed with emotion and turned to find Old Man Yao to discuss this matter. This was not a small matter and it required the emperor's approval. It was not easy to give an official position. Of course, it depended on the person. If Xiao Bao wanted an official position now, there was no need for Zhang Zhong to do it. The imperial court would arrange it. After living for so long, he had never seen children like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. There was no doubt about the standard of the Zhang family's cooks. The food was not ready yet, but the fragrance was spread out with the wind. Even if the local people didn't help, they were willing to watch the fun. It was impossible to say that they were not tempted by the smell of the food. They wanted to experience how it felt to eat it. They were both cooking meat, but the food they made smelled so good. No one knew what was in it. Also, the chicken soup was more delicious than the soup made by the mountain pheasant. When it was time to eat, other than the protection team who changed shifts, everyone else picked up their utensils and stood in line to wait. Ever since they ate with the Zhang family and the Wang family, the others stopped cooking. They could not swallow the food they made and just waited for the ready-made food. It had nothing to do with laziness. After all, the food made by the Zhang family and the Wang family was delicious. Everyone had a good relationship with each other. The only thing they had to worry about was what if they could not eat it in the future. Zhang Xiaobao said that he would drink soup, and he really only drank a little soup. He asked someone to boil it with the wild herbs that could be found here. After drinking it quickly, he and Wang Wan went to find a place to rest. Fang Sima and the others ate bowl after bowl. No one knew what they were thinking. They drank tea while eating. Perhaps they thought that it could help them digest faster and eat more. Governor Zhang, is this your family's cook? Delicious, really delicious. Fong Sima really could not eat anymore. Looking at the food in front of him competing with him, he drank the seafood soup slowly and leaned on the stool as he asked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong ate slowly and did not have an appetite. One reason was that the situation in the area was not very optimistic. Another reason was that he had not eaten the food cooked by his son and daughter-in-law for several days. To be honest, the food cooked by the chef was really good. However, no matter how he ate, he felt that it was not as good as the food cooked by his son and daughter-in-law. Even if his son and daughter-in-law did not tell him in advance when they were cooking, as long as he ate, he could taste it, especially when it came to the combination of seasonings. His son only needed to smell it to know how much seasoning should be put in during this period of time. It was called accurate. He did not know how to practice. Zhang Zhong did not know that his son used to sell 13 spices. It would be strange if he could not smell the richness and age of each seasonings. Hearing Fong Sima's praise, he said a little absent-mindedly, "It's not bad. It can be eaten. Every chef is proficient in different things. This seafood soup was not made by the best chef. He went to stew. When there is a chance, I will let you taste the real delicacy. My son Xiaobao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo made it." Zhang Zhong was speaking the truth. However, in Fong Sima's ears, it was not the case. Governor Zhang's son and daughter-in-law can cook. I am convinced. If my son can cook, I will also feel that it is the most delicious food in the world. Governor Zhang, is the chef you brought an imperial chef? What is an imperial chef? Usually, they have to use the seasoning specially sent to the palace by my family. Many dishes have to be written and sent to them for them to learn. They are all like ghosts chasing after you, regardless of whether you are busy or not. When the emperor is tired of a certain dish, he will rush to send a new dish. If such an imperial chef really came to my family, I would not want him. It was also the truth, but Fong Sima felt awkward when he heard it. He thought in his heart, if you are so good, you can send recipes to the emperor. Why would you be sent to Idyll? You are too arrogant. Fong Sima did not dare to offend him on the surface. He humbly asked for advice, then why is the chef in your family so good? If the chef in the restaurant is not good, won't he die of loss? The chain restaurant between the clouds and the water and between the sea and the clouds is owned by my family. There is also the Savant's restaurant in the capital. Zhang Zhong put down his chopsticks and signaled the person beside him to bring a bowl of wild vegetable soup that his son had just drunk. Ah! Between the clouds and the water is owned by your family. Then you are Zhang Zhong, aren't you? Fong Sima was surprised. After saying this, he remembered that the other party was called Zhang Zhong and told him when he came. Smiling embarrassedly, Fong Sima changed his previous attitude and became even more respectful. He sat up straight and didn't dare to speak as loudly as before. Instead, he said softly, "Lord Zhang, I didn't know that you were coming. Sorry for the disrespect. If I had known that you were Zhang Zhong of Sanshui County, I would have eaten slower and tasted more. Maybe I could eat more." While Zhang Zhong was wondering if he had such a big reputation, Fong Sima continued, "To be honest, my son is studying at Jinja Academy in Sanshui County. When he went there, he was only given money for traveling expenses. He left the year before last. I don't know what to do when he comes to the capital. But 2 months before you came, my son sent a letter saying that he is now rich and has been praised by the teacher. He is going to take the exam this year and will definitely come back with honors. He said that the job was arranged by the Zhang family and that he was going to teach while learning. He taught all the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family. In the letter, he said that the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family were excellent. When they started teaching, they were always asked questions. They had no choice but to work hard so that they could teach others. Just like the couplet in the Zhuangzi school of the Zhang family and the Wang family, it said, before educating others, educate yourself. Read and read the heart. In the letter, he also wrote many things between the clouds and the water, which made people yearn for it. When they were worried that they would not have the chance to see it, Lord Zhang, you came. But I don't understand, Lord Zhang, why are you here? Fang Sima was puzzled. Why did such an official come to Idyll? Did he offend someone he could not afford to offend? Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, did not care at all. He smiled and said, being an official anywhere is the same. As long as I can let the common people live a good life, I will also feel at ease. The 3 dynasties have a difficult man as a general, and the 4 seas are at peace. One day, when the common people of my dynasty all live a good life, I will retire and return to my hometown. I will be a rich man, and let Xiao Bao and Wan have 2 more children, to be happy at my knees. Suang is a good place, but I don't want to be an official. I will go wherever it is difficult and let the people live a good life. Idyll is poor, so I am happy to come here. Zhang Zhong, who did not know about this mission, really wanted to be a good local official. Hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Fang Sima stood up and bowed respectfully. He said, Your Excellency has a good temperament. I admire you. When you first came here, I didn't think much about this place. Now that I know you are here, I am relieved. If you have any orders in the future, I will rush to the front and let the people of Idyll live a good life. Fang Sima was not flattering. If it were someone else, he would not dare to be so bold. But he knew Zhang Zhong. In the letter, his son had written about Zhang Zhong in detail. Every time he went to a place, no matter how the place was like, he would definitely make the local people rich. It was too easy for such a person to govern Idyll, which had a population of 4,000. Zhang Zhong also stood up. With Fang Sima's words, I will make Idyll a prosperous place in 2 years. Just as the 2 of them were appreciating each other, Old Man Bai, who was not too far away, had a worried expression on his face. He said to Old Man Zhang and Old Man Yao, It seems that Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and the 2 masters of the Zhang family really did not tell others about this matter. Zhang Zhong is still in the mood to govern this place. We have to talk to him. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time. Let's see how the imperial court will discuss this matter. If they agree to let the sons of aristocratic families come here, there will be no need for Zhang Zhong. It's time to talk to him. At the same time, we have to ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo what the arrangement is. If we told them earlier, they should have made preparations in advance. Why can't they see it when they arrive? Can't they think of a way? Old Man Yao was also anxious. He was not worried about whether Idyll could be governed well. If there was really nothing else, he would let Zhang Zhong manage it well. With the ability of a master, it was too easy. The problem was that he could not do it now. Along the way, the Zhang family did not seem to have made any preparations at all. Old Man Chang swallowed half a steamed bun and said, Let's wait and see. Maybe they are making arrangements. Let's not disturb them. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao had to listen to Old Man Chang and continue to wait. If the Zhang family could not do it, then others could not. Everyone had their own thoughts. When the meal was almost finished, a lot of people suddenly appeared in the city. It was estimated that there were more than 100 of them. They walked straight towards them. Send someone to ask. Could it be that they want to rebel? Fang Sima said nervously. Before anyone went over, the people of the Zhang family had already contacted them. They came back and reported, Master, they said that they want to help and thank you. Chapter 604. The Zhang family, Wang family, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao's families, as well as a small portion of the soldiers who were transporting the provisions and weapons, were already quite a lot of people. If they were to work, it wouldn't be much faster to have 100 or so unfamiliar people. However, Zhang Zhong didn't refuse. It didn't matter how many people came to help. What was important was whether they came or not. He had never done anything good for the local people, and his subordinates were also busy, so it could only be done by his son and daughter-in-law. This was called a breakthrough. Not to mention that the 100 or so people could do some work, even if they were a hindrance. Zhang Zhong didn't want to reward them. He saw this as an opportunity. When the meal was almost finished, Zhang Zhong stopped and asked people to ask if the people had eaten. If they hadn't, he had to make some fast food for them to eat. They couldn't work on an empty stomach. The result of the inquiry was that they had all eaten. They also found out why they came to help. It was because of the dozen or so kilograms of salt. Among the people who came to work, some of them directly benefited, while others were called over by them. All the adults had the same idea, and that was to judge the adults based on the children. If a child wore clothes, the clothes weren't afraid of being old or patched. What they looked at was whether the clothes were clean. If the child was dirty, no one would criticize the child. They could only say that the family's adults were lazy. When the people who received the salt found out that the salt was sent by the children of the new official, they thought that it was definitely because the family's adults were good at disciplining them. They told their neighbors and everyone came to take a look and help out. In order to get closer to the people, Zhang Zhong personally met with the people. The people here were different from other places. If they met a provincial governor, they would be very afraid. The local people didn't care what rank the governor was. They just came to see how the new official was like. The attitude of the people made Zhang Zhong put away his long-winded ideas. He casually found a job and let the people do it. At the same time, he asked people to prepare dinner. Zhang Zhong understood that the so-called meal was 2 meals or 1 meal a day. Very few people could eat 3 meals a day, that was too extravagant. Not to mention this poor place, even the people of the capital couldn't find many people who could eat 3 meals a day. Compared to his own family, who had at least 3 meals a day, and those who worked had 4 meals, the standard of living was far worse. Food was the most important thing to the people. Whether it was deliberately bribing or sincerely helping, dinner had to be prepared well. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan slept for 3.5 hours before they woke up comfortably. The first thing they did was to ask if anyone was feeling unwell. The people working were not bad, but they were more tired than before. Today's weather wasn't too good. It was gray and overcast, and the local area was humid. The temperature difference was relatively large, and the body's heat loss was correspondingly faster. It made people feel uneasy. The local people were used to it, so nothing much happened. The adults were not energetic, and the little ones were more sleepy than usual. One by one, they drilled into the house and slept on the carpet in the hall of the house. Perhaps it would be warmer this way. The two people looked at the window. Even if the 7 little ones were covered with blankets, they were still squeezing together. This was not deliberately done by them. When it was cold in their sleep, they would automatically find a warm place. The little ones sleeping on the 2 sides frowned at the same time. They seemed to be very uncomfortable. It's cold. The temperature difference is too big. When we were eating at noon, we felt stuffy. These 3 hours have been cold. Wang Wan reached in and touched the forehead of the little ones. They didn't have a fever. She was relieved and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The sun is blocked by the mountain, and the humidity is heavy. The ventilation of the house can't be sealed. The body's heat is lost. It would be strange if it wasn't cold. Look, the temperature inside is only 16 degrees. Someone, put a few hot water bags in. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and ordered very discontentedly. Didn't he emphasize that the temperature in the house should be kept between 23 and 27 degrees? What were these people doing? The maidservant was wronged and explained in a low voice, "Little master, it's very humid here. It will be even more humid if you put a hot water bag in. The blanket has been changed twice. Every time it is changed, it will become humid after a while. Still, let Xiaobei and the others warm first. We'll think of other ways." Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to touch the blanket. He could feel how humid his clothes were. As a few hot water bags were put in, the temperature rose. The expressions of the little ones changed. The eyebrows of the little ones on both sides gradually relaxed. Perhaps it was because they had a happy dream, and there was a smile on their faces. Wang Wan looked at the house, opened the compartment, and said, "In a while, send someone to take down the complete set of things from the ship. In order to reduce the weight, take out the lime inside. Add some good charcoal and use it as a drying agent. It's okay if it's bitter for the adults, but definitely not for the children. Xiao Bao, think about it. What can be recycled and dried? Yes, there is a material that can absorb the moisture in the air. When it absorbs to saturation, the water inside will flow down to the groove below due to the influence of gravity. This cycle repeats, but I don't know what material it is. There's no other way. For a period of time here, we can only use charcoal and lime to dry it." Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. He knew little when it was time to use it. In the past, he really did come into contact with this thing. He estimated that it wouldn't be able to cheat a lot of money, so he didn't further study it. Otherwise, he could use it now. While the two of them were worried about their younger brother and sister, Old Man Pai and the other two were also worried about the logistics. In a few days, they would send troops to Tubo to attack the Jinshui, but they still couldn't see the Zhang family's actions. The food they brought this time was only enough to feed 3,000 people for half a month. However, they didn't send 1,000 soldiers, but 15,000. For a surprise attack, the transported food, together with a portion of the local warehouse, would be made into dry rations for 10 days and brought with them to the soldiers. After 10 days, it would depend on the Zhang family's ability. In order to keep it a secret, they didn't announce it in advance. If they collected the food now, the local food price would definitely skyrocket. In a little more than a month, it would be the autumn harvest. This was the season when people had the least amount of food. Wouldn't grain merchants take the opportunity to find all kinds of reasons to increase the price? Methods of forceful competition couldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. It would cause a huge impact on the economy. While the three old men sat around the charcoal stove and worried about making tea, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also rushed over to ask if they were feeling unwell. Children needed to be taken care of, and so did the elderly. However, without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to ask, Old Man Pai spoke first. "Xiaobao, is the food prepared? I estimate that we will send troops in 3 days. This time, not only will we attack a city, we will also destroy a large amount of Tubo's farmland. This will make it impossible for them to harvest the autumn harvest and delay their possible counterattack. Grandpa Bai, don't worry. We will send troops in 3 days. The food will definitely not be a hindrance. Even if you say that the troops have already left, the food will still be able to keep up. If no one investigates, even the arrows will be in place. Grandpa Bai, who will be the general leading the troops this time?" Zhang Xiaobao replied with certainty. He was also thinking about which famous general would be going. As for the food, that wasn't a problem. If they couldn't even do this, how could they be called logistics? Gua Tuesday. He will be leading the troops this time. Old Man Yao said a name. Guatu. Someone from the Three Kingdoms era. In Zhang Xiaobao's memory, there didn't seem to be such a famous general in the Tang dynasty. What Three Kingdoms era? To be able to live until now, wouldn't he be an immortal? We will send troops in 3 days. Whether it succeeds or not will depend on your family's performance. If it succeeds, not only will your father go to Luoyang, he can even go to Yaozhou to be a provincial governor. Old Man Pai could only choose to believe in the experts of the Zhang family. Everything depended on the situation in 3 days. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that matters of life and death were not child's play, so he said seriously, "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. Wherever the troops go, the logistics will be sent there. If 1 grain is missing, the conditions previously mentioned will no longer count. My father won't be an official anymore. If it succeeds, all the men in your family will have official positions, and the women will have noble titles. Your father can choose any place he wants the next time. Even if you want to be an official now, you will be given a noble title." Old Man Pai also said his promise. In fact, it was the promise of the imperial court or the emperor. There was no other choice. If it were any other official, there wouldn't be so many things. Only the Zhang family was special. Chapter 605. Old Man Pai and the others said that they would set off in 3 days, but they only waited for 2.5 days before they arrived. They seemed to have chosen the most difficult road in Idyll. General Guatu waited by the river and asked Zhang Zhong to go out. Zhang Zhong was still discussing with Fang Sima how to make the local people live a better life when he was informed to receive the imperial edict. The person who announced the imperial edict was Old Man Yao. He didn't put on any airs and didn't need to set up an incense table. He handed the imperial edict to Zhang Zhong and said, "Yongqing, this is the imperial edict. Take a look. Go out and meet General Gua. Then you can come back and continue your work. If you need to transfer Chongping-tsang, you can go to Izhou Prefecture to get it. Remember to write it into a memorial and send it to the capital." The meaning in his words was very clear. That was, "Zhang Zhong, you should still be the provincial governor in Wing Prefecture. Don't you need to worry about the logistics? Don't you want to take care of the local people's lives? If you don't have anything, go to Izhou to get it. You can decide how much to take. Just let me know." Hearing Old Man Yao's words, Zhang Zhong opened the imperial edict in confusion. The more he read, the more shocked he was. Didn't they say that Izhou was not easy to manage and that's why he was transferred here? Why was there a war in the blink of an eye? Logistics. Grain officer. Without any preparation, where would the grain come from? Old Man Yao and the others saw Zhang Zhong's expression and were very satisfied. It meant that the 2 masters of the Zhang family didn't tell Zhang Zhong. Even Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't tell. They did a good job of keeping secrets. It was good that father and son could do this. They didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao didn't tell his family because he didn't want them to worry. Besides, it was useless even if he told them. The responsibility fell on him and Wang Wan. There was no need to worry. After being excited for a while, Zhang Zhong rolled up the imperial edict and calmed down. He nodded and said, "Zhang Zhong accepts the imperial edict. I'll go to see General Gua now." After that, Zhang Zhong turned back to change his clothes. In fact, he just wanted to ask his son and daughter-in-law what was going on. War was not child's play. If something were to happen, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Zhang Zhong's reaction made the 3 old men even more convinced that the 2 masters of the Zhang family were Zhang Zhong's backbone. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? When Zhang Zhong found his son and daughter-in-law, the two of them had just finished writing a plan. Wang Wan had written about the grain deposit, and Zhang Xiaobao had written about the local governance. Xiaobao, do you know about this imperial edict? Zhang Zhong was very angry. As soon as he entered and saw the two people, he asked Zhang Xiaobao with a sullen face, Xiaobao, do you know about this imperial edict? I know, but Grandpa Bai didn't allow me to say it. Besides, it's useless even if I did. Do you think I can just not come just because I want to? Father, you don't have to worry about this, it's all been arranged. I have a plan for economic development here, take a look. Me and Juan won't be able to be with our family for a while, we have to go to the front. Father, you just have to do as I say, don't worry about anything happening. The moment Zhang Xiaobao saw the imperial edict, he knew that it was time to leave. He and Wang Wan had to go. Otherwise, in the situation where there was no communication, the situation on the battlefield was unpredictable. It was easy for something to go wrong. He handed the plan to his father. With a bang, Zhang Zhong angrily slapped the plan to the ground. He pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and said, You didn't even discuss such an important matter with us. You want to anger me to death. Do you think it's enough to spend money on war? Is it as easy as governing? You let me. Sigh. As Zhang Zhong spoke, he suddenly sighed. He realized that the result was the same whether his son and daughter-in-law told him or not. The emperor asked them to come here to do something. How could they not come? Even if the two families knew about it in advance, what could they do? In the end, the responsibility fell on his son and daughter-in-law. As a result, his son picked up the plan. Zhang Zhong frowned and asked, My son, you just stay in Yingzhou and command. Can't you not go? Swords and spears have no eyes. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, Father, how can I command if I don't go? This time, only 15,000 soldiers will be dispatched. They are divided into 15 reinforced battalions. 5 battalions will be dispatched from Jianan Circuit, and the other 10 battalions will be dispatched from Shannon West Circuit. There are too few people. It must be a sudden attack. If they win, everything will be fine. If they lose, if there is even a little bit of logistical problem, they will have to bear the responsibility. Not to mention that the emperor wants his subjects to die. Even as a member of the Tang Empire, we have to fight. The people of Wangjiang are still waiting for us. This is a matter of the people's hearts and dignity. If you don't fight back after being bullied, they will bully you next time. Besides, Cuckoo and I are only in charge of logistics. We won't go to the front to fight, nor will we leave the border. The furthest we can go is to the border to find a safe place to hide. Who will target 2 children? When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he was very grateful for this era. Not to mention the martial arts, even the literati respected martial arts. Living in this era was much more comfortable. There was no such thing as being bullied and not daring to fight back. If you kill one of my people, I will slaughter your village. Otherwise, how could Korea and Japan be my subjects? Zhang Zhong was also excited by his son's words. He usually practiced swordsmanship and archery. When he thought that his son and daughter-in-law would not rush to the front, he was relieved. My son, since this is the case, then go. Remember, be very careful. Bring the members of the Zero team. I will also train the other members of the Seedling Protection team. If there is a shortage of people, you can make up for it. Remember to bring more people from the inner yard. I will wait for you to avenge the people of Wangjiang. Zhang Zhong suppressed the reluctance in his heart and patted his son's shoulder. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. It was just like when he had lost someone he could rely on to find his own path. He was not afraid, but filled with confidence and anticipation for the future. Zhang Zhong changed his clothes and brought his son and daughter-in-law to meet Guo by the river. The team was not small. There were 56 members of the seedling protection team, 30 people from the inner yard, 200 guards borrowed from Li Sun and other idlers. It took them more than 2 hours to meet General Guo. Zhang Zhong was nominally the person in charge of this matter. Naturally, he was the one to talk to Guo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied him. Guo looked to be in his 40s. His beard was not short, from his cheeks to his ears. He did not look like a scholarly general in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's imagination. He spoke straightforwardly and did not show any respect to Zhang Zhong. It sounded like he was constantly questioning Zhang Zhong, asking if he had prepared the provisions. Zhang Zhong did not get angry with the other party. He answered briefly, and the meeting was over. Guo arrogantly led the team and left hurriedly. The team began to return, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed behind with a group of people. They looked at the departing team, called out to them, and followed behind. I don't understand. Why did they send people from the Shannon West Circuit instead of those from the Jianan West Circuit? They might not be familiar with the climate here. Zhang Xiaobao muttered as he rode on the mule. They have too much money to burn, so they can train the soldiers. It's naturally easier for the border troops here, but it's also impossible for the soldiers in other places not to train. I reckon that Li Longji is planning to go big this time. Speaking of which, we are also responsible for this. Who asked us to govern this place so well, especially when we gave away so many technologies for the people's livelihood? If it weren't for those technologies, Li Longji would still be worrying about the lives of the people. Now, he can relax. Any person in power will have thoughts of expansion when they know that the economy can develop. Wang Wan was also riding on a mule. She was biting on an unripe apple in her hand. It was bitter and astringent, but she still enjoyed eating it. She also answered Zhang Xiaobao's questions while she was at it. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. That's about right. Who cares what he thinks, we'll just live our lives. Luckily, I made preparations in advance. There are indeed many horses. Is the terrain suitable for riding horses? I don't know what they're thinking, but the distance from here to Jinchuan City in Jinshui is about 150 to 160 kilometers, right? Let's see how they're going to get there in 10 days. From the map, there's a small mountain there. It's the most difficult snow mountain to climb back then. Do you think they can just go around it? It'll be fine when they get to Jinchuan. There's a big river there and a flat plain. It's suitable for cavalry to attack. If it were me, I would let the light infantry go first. The cavalry at the back would be responsible for transporting the armor. The infantry's mission is to kill every village they see. Even if they don't kill, they have to lock them up. Once the cavalry went around the mountain and caught up with the infantry in front, the cavalry would split up. One group would go north and then east across the Royal River to harass the reinforcements that might appear in the northwest. The other group would go down, ignoring the surrounding villages, and force their way into Damba City to feign an attack. A group of infantry would also follow behind the Damba cavalry to create momentum. Each person would raise a stove and change the group flag to the formation flag, driving the people to Jinchuan City. The rest of the infantry would split into a battalion to form a formation in the north and south. The main force would move slightly north to the shore of the Royal River. They would set up camp, secretly cut firewood, and sail day and night, diagonally facing Jinchuan City. The cavalry at the front would go around the city to block the reinforcements coming from the west. They would lead the people into the city, encircle but not attack, wasting the provisions of Jinchuan. They would wait for the enemy to move troops from all sides to encircle and suppress them. In the northwest, the light cavalry would go south and point their swords at Jinchuan. When they crossed the river at Jinchuan, they would retreat. The cavalry in the west would take a detour and cross the river together with them. Feigning an attack on Danba, the infantry would cross the river and flee to the west. They would try to lure Danba to send troops to form an encirclement with the soldiers of Jinchuan City and the enemy. At that time, the battalion that drove the people away would quickly regroup and retreat to the border. The cavalry and the camping troops would go down the Roa River and attack Danba. After that, they would retreat from Qingdu and place the troops on the west side of Danba. They would either succeed in converging with the troops attacking Danba, or Wang Wan couldn't go to the front line to command. She could only talk about strategy on paper. As she talked, she didn't say anything in the end. That meant that the other troops had given up. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know about this kind of military matters. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he sighed and said, "It's really based on Jun Mo's words. A general success is built on the bones of thousands of people. I don't know about war, but according to what you said, it's better to equip the cavalry that feigned an attack on Danba with 2 or 3 horses. When the infantrymen converged, the horses would be distributed to the infantrymen. After that, the infantrymen would finish luring the enemy and attack Danba. A small number of them would row boats to the south and wait for a while. Those who have horses would use the speed to go around the river and cross the river to the south. Maybe a few more of them would come back. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's not like I'm the one leading the troops. The situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. No one can grasp it so well, especially when we don't know the information of the enemy's generals. If Danba sees an opportunity and doesn't make a move, then all of our arrangements would be ruined. Or maybe the general of Jinchuan is a simple-minded person. When he sees the enemy coming to attack, he clearly doesn't know how many troops the enemy has and leads the troops to cross the river and attack the main camp of the infantrymen. This will also disrupt the plan." After Wang Wan finished explaining her battle plan, she felt comfortable in her heart. She swayed on the mule and followed the troops forward slowly. Even if she wanted to go fast, she couldn't. The next day, at noon, the sky became gloomy. The local people who were familiar with the weather knew that it was going to rain. If it didn't rain, it would probably stop at night. It would let the humid and hot weather cool down for a few days. Riding on the horse, Guotu raised his head and looked at the sky. His face also became gloomy. If it really rained, not to mention reaching Jinchuan in 10 days, they wouldn't even be able to reach Pingzhou. They would still have to travel through Jiannan province with difficulty. Every day they delayed would make it easier for Tubo to discover them. "Great General, why don't we let the lightly armed infantrymen go first and watch over the local villages? After that, we can burn the fields and let Tubo fall into chaos for a while." Lu Jun was also worried. He rode to the side and suggested. Wei Wei shook Guotu's head. "No, if the infantrymen go first, the cavalry will be even slower if they help to transport the goods. Perhaps by the time we reach Jinchuan, Tubo will have already arranged their troops and are waiting for us to attack. At that time, the advantage of the cavalry will be used. Moreover, although we said that we are going to launch a sneak attack, we don't really plan to launch a sneak attack. With 15,000 people, even if we can't take down Jinchuan, we will be able to make Tubo not dare to make any big moves. When the time comes, we will seize the land and harvest the food. Let's see how Tubo will deal with it. Will the soldiers of our dynasty not be able to wield their sabers? What this general is worried about is whether the provisions can keep up. If the army is everywhere and the provisions are not delivered within 5 days, this general will definitely not spare Zhangzhong. Send out an order to the entire army to increase their speed. Take advantage of the time before it rains and make it out of the rainy area. As you command." Lu Jun also knew that if the infantrymen were to advance, it would be easy for Tubo to discover them in advance. If they really listened to him and something happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Thus, he could only follow orders. Xiao Bao, it is going to rain. This is really a bad start. I hope that our arrangements will be effective. I am puzzled. How did you know that it would rain? Wang Wan, who had also noticed the change in the weather, didn't sit on her mule anymore. She ran over to Zhang Xiaobao's mule and sat in front of Zhang Xiaobao. This way, when it rained, they wouldn't have to worry about the front and back getting wet. With a large umbrella, the two of them could lean on each other for warmth. Zhang Xiaobao hugged Wang Wan and took a few deep breaths. After he felt a little more comfortable, he said, "How would I know that it would rain today? I only know that it often rains in Sichuan. There are many mountains here, and when the hot air flows over, it will encounter the cold air flow of the mountains at high altitudes. In addition to the effect of the mountains, it is very easy for it to form rain. It is also good that it is raining. It will let Guotu see what logistics is. This time, we have paid a lot of money, and I don't think Li Longji will be able to return it to us. Maybe he will just give us some policies. I am thinking about what policies we should ask for when the time comes. Policies are better than giving money directly." I think so too. The imperial court won't be able to take out so much money to return it. What kind of policies do we need? Something that reduces taxes. That's not good. We should pay the taxes. If we don't, the country will be short of money. It would be best if it is related to the tea and horse trade. I remember that there was a person who was 3 years older than me in the courtyard where my family used to live. He made a lot of money by getting a customs clearance from his father. When he got a customs clearance, other people would partner with him to do business. They would split the profits 50-50. At that time, other people also advised me to ask my family for money to repair the roads. But I don't like to make money. Why don't we also have a road repair policy? Wang Wan was the person who understood the benefits of a policy the most. With a policy, there would be a lot of money. How could Zhang Xiaobao agree to such a policy? He said, "No, definitely not. Even if you give it to me for free, I don't want it. We might even have to fork out the money to repair the roads. Who are we going to earn from then? There are no tolls to be collected. It would be best if we could get a decree that allows free trade at the borders. Both on land and in the sea are fine." The rain finally fell from the sky. Guotu's team couldn't get out of the rain area. Not to mention that people and horses were walking on bad roads. Even if a sports car was driving on the highway, they wouldn't be able to avoid the rain. The range of the rain was too large. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team put on their raincoats and umbrellas. Even the mules were covered with a layer of oilcloth. They continued to move forward in the wind and rain. Their speed was even faster than the army in front of them. Of course, the fighting ability of the team led by the two people was much better than the army in front of them. Although there were less than 300 people, it was not a problem for them to deal with the army in front of them. Quick, quick, faster. Find a place to take shelter from the rain. Guotu's beard was completely soaked by the rain, and his armor was also soaked. He wiped his face with his hand and shouted. There was no need for him to say more. The 15,000 people also tried their best to hurry on, hoping to find a comfortable place to rest. At least they had to set up their tents. In such a narrow place, they couldn't even set up a tent. There was a mountain next to them, and the water kept rushing down. After an hour, the path soaked by the rain became even more difficult to walk on. Just when Guotu didn't know where to vent his anger, a flat area finally appeared in front of them. A tent had already been set up there. There was a fire in the tent, and when the wind blew, they could smell the aroma of food. Guotu picked up his binoculars and looked around. He said to Xiao Ling, who was next to him, "Let's go and see what's going on." Xiaoling nodded and hurriedly ran forward. Before he reached the place, someone came out to meet him. He stood in the middle of the road and also looked in their direction with a pair of binoculars. "Ah! Clairvoyance! What's up ahead? How come there's also a clairvoyance? Who leaked it?" Guo looked at the person in front of him through the curtain of rain. This time, he didn't feel uncomfortable, but angry. Could just anyone have a clairvoyance? There were marks in the army, and whoever had one would be recorded in a book. If everyone had one, how could other countries not have one? This thing was a precious treasure. Perhaps the person standing in the middle of the road also considered the issue of identity. He took out a flag, put away the binoculars, and pulled the flag open with both hands so that the people in the group could see it. At this time, the people in front of the group had already stopped and looked at this person warily. Guo tried hard to look at that person's flag. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who knows what that flag is?" "It's drawn in a way that's neither human nor ghost. Looking at it vaguely, it looks like a rice sprout." When the army officer heard this, he remembered something. He moved closer and said, "General, are you sure it's a rice sprout? Isn't it a very interesting rice sprout with big eyes and thin arms?" "Yes." Guo nodded in response. The army officer was relieved and said, "General, that's the flag of the Zhang family. It's the special flag of the family of Governor Zhang, who is in charge of logistics. It's between the clouds and the water." "Oh. I see. But what's his family doing here?" As soon as Guo heard, "between the clouds and the water," he knew who it was. He was even more puzzled. At this time, Xiaoling was near the people in front of the group. After talking for a while, he ran back happily. General, good news, very good news. This is the resting place that the logistics camp of Idyll prepared for us. They set up a shelter from the rain and cooked meat porridge. They told us to rest there. He said that there's also medicine. I'm afraid we'll get sick." Xiaoling excitedly reported to Guo. Guo was immediately stunned. The army officer next to him called out twice before he recovered. He said in disbelief, "What? The logistics camp? How did they go to the front and set up a shelter? Let's go and have a look." Guo wasn't the only one who was surprised. The other generals and soldiers were also surprised by what they saw. It was the first time they heard that the people in charge of escorting provisions were in charge of this kind of thing. When the group in front of the army entered the shelter, Guo found the person in charge here. "General Guo, this way, please. There's tea and snacks here." "General Guo, you've worked hard," the person in charge here said respectfully to Guo. Guo felt that he was scolding people. If he had worked hard, what were the people here? Since when did the logistics team become so crazy? Yes, it was usually said that before the troops and horses moved, the provisions would move first. But it was just a saying. He had never seen it before. Today, he had learned something new. The people in charge of logistics ran to the front of the army and set up a shelter and porridge. If all the people in charge of logistics had this kind of ability, who would be the main force? Thinking of this, Guo had to ask. If he didn't ask, he would feel that there was one more thing in his heart. At this time, he regretted his attitude towards Zhang in Idyll. He thought that Zhang, a civil official, couldn't do anything. Now he understood. Looking at the shelter, it was clear that it could be used to attack and retreat. It was actually set up in a marching formation. This was in the territory of the Tang Empire. He didn't even send out scouts. If the other party could set up such a formation, it meant that they were used to it. It wasn't deliberate at all. Could it be that the Zhang family had been in the army for generations? "How did you get here?" Guotu asked. Replying to the general, we came here in advance. The main family said that there would be a lot of rain in early autumn. In order not to delay the army's journey, we set up the shelter in advance. When it rains, we set it up. 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 Chapter 606. Hearing what the person in charge said, Guotu's face was burning. He was embarrassed to set up the tent in such a hurry. The tent was set up in the heavy rain, the fire was lit, and the meat porridge was cooked. If this wasn't good enough, then what was? No wonder the imperial court sent Zhang Zhong here in such a hurry. The imperial court did not send anyone else to be in charge of logistics. It turned out that this was the reason. Zhang Zhong seemed to have just arrived in Idyll not long ago. 5 days. How did he do it? General, take off your clothes first. Here is a clean towel. Your clothes will be dry in a while. The straw raincoat and bamboo hat are also ready. After the meal, we can continue on the road. If anyone is not feeling well, you can take some medicine. It's for colds. The person in charge still said respectfully. Guotu did not dare to neglect him at this time. His strength was there for all to see. He also said politely, "Thank you. I didn't expect to meet people from the logistics camp in such a situation. You came in time. You are really extraordinary." Guotu was indeed speaking from the bottom of his heart. It was the dream of every general to have such logistics to provide assistance to the troops. It was too comfortable. If they could not win the battle, they would be letting down the people in charge of logistics. The soldiers also made up their minds while drinking the hot meat porridge. Even if they had to die, they would kill more people. Otherwise, how could they have the face to come back and see others? Did they want to be a coward by providing good food and drink for them? Even a dog knows how to help bite people. After the meal, the clothes were almost dry. The soldiers put on their clothes, bamboo hats, and straw raincoats. When they moved forward again, they felt full of strength. "General, look at the map. The road ahead is not easy to walk. There are continuous hills and the road is slippery in the rain. Do you want to think of something, such as cutting some branches on the side?" The team moved forward for another 2 hours, but the rain still did not stop. The officer held a military map printed with ink in his hand and said to Guotu's. This map was sent to the imperial court by the Zhang family. When Guotu saw the map, he sighed again. With the help of the clairvoyance, the Zhang family seemed to have prepared everything. Looking at the terrain on the map, Guotu hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's go there and take a look. The road here is narrow, so let's go quickly. If we really can't go up, we can cut down branches nearby." Half an hour later, when the team in front arrived at the foot of the hill, Guotu, who had seen the situation through the 1,000-mile eye, was shocked again. There were many people laying sand and stones on the hillside in the heavy rain. The sand and stones had been laid from the bottom of the hillside to the top of the hillside. Beside them, there was a flag that was wet and rolled up by the rain. It didn't need to be unfolded to know what was painted on it. It must be a cute rice seedling with a pair of big eyes, indicating that it was from the logistics battalion of the Zhang family in Idyll. "Run forward. If anyone is delayed, you have to ask for punishment from the logistics camp." "Motherfucker, did you see that? This is what we call logistics. Unimpeded. Everyone, follow me." Guotu shouted excitedly and the order was passed down. The team in front rushed up the hillside in an orderly manner. When they stood on the hillside and looked down, they saw that the road here was also paved. The other hillside in front of them was also paved with sand and soil. At first glance, they knew that it was paved in sections. Looking at the figures in the rain, bending down and shoveling sand onto the road, it would be a lie to say that they weren't moved. All the soldiers had a different feeling in their hearts. If the logistics camp could do logistics to such an extent, then what about the main force? This battle could only be won, not lost, even if there was only one person left. Many of the soldiers had tears in their eyes as they walked through this so-called most difficult yet easiest mountain path. When Guo walked over and looked back, he said with emotion, "Zhang Zhong is really amazing. No one dares to challenge the Zhang family's logistics. This is good. We don't have to worry about the logistics not being able to keep up. I just don't know to what extent they can do logistics." Lu Jun listened on the side and agreed. General is right. After we win this battle, we must thank Zhang Zhong properly when we come back. No wonder the emperor transferred Zhang Zhong from Shuzhou to Yingzhou instead of sending someone else. No one else could do this. This kind of logistics is too scary. Lu Jun nodded and said, "You are right. After winning this battle, we must thank Zhang Zhong properly when we come back. I just don't understand. How did they arrange all the way to Idyll? Where did they get the time? I heard that in the imperial court, Zhang Zhong's name has long been familiar and no one is allowed to impeach him. At first, I thought it was fake. Now it seems that it is true. Whoever impeaches Zhang Zhong has bad intentions. Not to mention that such a person rarely does anything wrong, even if he does, he is right. No matter where he is, he can immediately take care of the local affairs. What's the big deal if he makes a mistake? General, don't you think so?" "Yes, that's right. If someone badmouths Zhang Zhong to me, I won't be willing either. If I have someone like Zhang Zhong as my subordinate, if anyone dares to badmouth him, the first person I'll deal with will be that person. Then, I'll ask who asked him to come here. Zhang Zhong is really too comfortable to use." Guo nodded in agreement. He had decided that after winning the battle, he would give some of the things he got to Zhang Zhong as compensation for his previous rudeness to Zhang Zhong. At that time, Zhang Zhong didn't lower himself to his level. Otherwise, he would have done something to the logistics. Now he saw that not only did he not do anything, but he also arranged it very carefully. When he looked down on Zhang Zhong, he was actually looking down on himself. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also arrived at the location of the first shed. The two of them were not in a hurry. Everything in front of them was arranged. The team stopped to rest and listen to the report of the person in charge. "Young master, young lady, Guotu's team has already gone over. What do I need to do here?" The person in charge brought a big bowl of soup and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at the soup and praised, "Not bad, you put in a lot of ginger. You don't have to worry now, it's still raining. Once the rain stops, we'll act according to my plan. We'll move the logistics forward. Cuckoo has made some calculations, this attack might not be successful, so we must be prepared." Zhang Xiaobao said as he handed the new plan to the person in charge. The person in charge took it and respectfully left so that the young master and young lady could drink the soup. As for whether the young lady's judgment was wrong, he didn't even dare to think about it. What the god said was right. He had never encountered a situation where he was wrong. It was fine to move the logistics forward. It didn't cost him anything. Wang Wan had learned to maintain appropriate silence when doing things outside. Her mother and Zhang Xiaobao's mother had taught her that when she was with a man outside, she should try to let the man take charge as much as possible. No matter how capable a woman was, she couldn't show it, let alone show that she was better than a man. Wang Wan was very obedient, not only because of her mother and future mother-in-law here, but also because it was also like this at home. Even if her father occasionally overdid things, her mother wouldn't say anything to him face to face. When the person in charge left and there was no one around to disturb the two of them, Wang Wan poked Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Didn't we agree that I would be in charge of things on the battlefield? When did you write the plan? How come I didn't know? Drink the soup, drink the soup. And, the soup is not bad. There's a lot of aged vinegar. Try it," Zhang Xiaobao said evasively and pushed the bowl of soup in front of Wang Wan. "I'm asking you a question, please answer it directly." "I just realized, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, after being with you for so many years, why can't I see through you?" Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao and said. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Actually, I don't know you very well. Even if I had the chance to know you, I wouldn't know. Think about it, we were originally a police officer and a bandit, so we know each other very well. We live together here. If we really know everything, then what will we do when we grow up? Will we still have passion in bed? Men and women are attracted to each other in mystery and conquer each other as they gradually understand each other. Don't you want to use your own judgment to conquer me? So you want to conquer me? What do you mean by passion in bed in the future? Why does it sound awkward to me? Do you mean, in the future, I'll lie in bed and wait for you to conquer me? You've made it clear." Wang Wan's eyes widened. "You can conquer me in the future. I'm easy to talk to. Drink the soup, while it's hot." Zhang Xiaobao realized that he really didn't understand Wang Wan in this matter. "What future? I'm conquering you now. How old are you? You dare to talk like this? You have to respect me." Wang Wan reached out her hand to pinch Zhang Xiaobao, but stopped. She knew that this little bit of pain had no effect on Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao decided not to continue this conversation. He nodded and drank the soup with his head lowered. If his ears were good, he would be able to hear his vague words, respect you conquering me. I'll save my energy and enjoy it when I'm passive. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led the team to rest and continue on the road, Guotu's team came to a difficult place to walk. This time, they didn't have to worry about the mud. The road ahead was full of bare stones. Some were round and some were sharp. It was very difficult for the soldiers to walk on them. The main reason was that the armor on their bodies was too heavy. If they were not careful, they would sprain their ankle or cut a wound on their calf. Guotu looked at the seemingly endless road. The first thing that came to his mind was not how to cross it, but whether the logistics camp would appear again. He stopped and looked around with his clairvoyance, hoping to get help. Just as he was about to be disappointed, a team appeared from a nearby mountain valley. His eyes lit up. General, look, are those people from the logistics camp? Too many. Where did they find so many mules? At the same time, Shen Jun also saw the situation over there and shouted excitedly, "You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."